for the Pledge of Allegiance. Good evening. I'm actually going to call the Nantucket Regional Transit Authority Advisory Board meeting to order. We will be doing this before Select Board tonight. Is there any public comment for items otherwise not on the agenda? Seeing none. Approval of minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And then on to the Greenhouse intergovernmental lease agreement.
Good evening, Gary Roberts, Administrator, NRTA. We spoke about this back in June. We're back again for the final lease agreement. In your packet, I attached a copy of the agreement. NRTA will be doing a complete renovation of 10 to 12 Washington Street in order to accommodate the administrative offices as well as having the passenger waiting area. NRTA will be responsible for all costs associated with the property once the select board approves the contract. NRTA is also, we awarded the contract to RGB Architects for design and engineering for the property, and the process has started. We have in the packet the latest layout on what we're going to do with the space, which includes adding an additional restroom for the administrative offices so we don't take away from the public restrooms out of there. The budget for the project right now is sitting at 1.3 million. It could go up to like 1.6 million. I'm working on securing more funding for that. And the entire amount of the project will be covered through a capital grant that was awarded to NRTA by MassDOT. So there's no expense to the town. I did send out an invite to the board members to tour the place if anyone wanted to see the condition of the property and what we're planning to do. Ms. Veet did meet me down there and we went through and showed the amount of work that needs to be done, and it's going to be a big project. But I think, when it's done, it'll benefit us. It'll benefit the town as we move out of our spaces that we're using from town offices now. We've already started some of the process by replacing some of the lights on the exterior that aren't working. The fire panel was not functioning, so we have that scheduled to get that up and running, even on a temporary basis, until we put in the whole new system that'll be there. So we're looking for the advisory board to approve on your end that we sign into the agreement with the town as proposed in your packet. And if there's any questions on it, I can answer any questions.
Bobby?
I just have one. I'm assuming that this is kind of I probably don't even need to ask this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Town council has reviewed this contract and everything is good on their end, because we are signing it. So I just like to know that when I'm signing a contract.
Question. My council approved it. That'd be a town answer on that.
Thank you, Tracy McDonald, the real estate manager. Vicky Marsh, our town council, prepared the agreement, and it was reviewed by Gary's.
I just wanted to make sure Vicky looked at, or our council looked at it. That's all. Thank you.
I'll move. It reflects what we were told a couple weeks ago. I'll move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
And the only other item that I had for tonight was I provided you with the ridership. We just finished FY26 that ended on June 30th, and you can see in the numbers that the ridership continues to expand. In 2023, when I arrived here, we were at 221,000 rides provided. FY26 is up to 494,000 rides. It's a 13% increase from the previous year. In July of this fiscal year, we did 121,000, so it's a 6% increase from the previous July. The one thing we noticed looking at ridership, and you'll see in the numbers, it doesn't reflect everything because of FY, this July isn't in this packet. We're seeing most of the gain in ridership is Old South and the airport route, which I think everyone has noticed that the biggest concerns with traffic is Old South Road used to be 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. traffic. I think there's been a lot of growth in that area. This winter, we're really gonna have to look at what we're doing in that area, because we're really struggling to try to keep any type of on-time performance. The buses are delayed 40 to 45 minutes on Nobody Farm Road, Old South Road. I think we're starting to see some trends with the beach ridership, that it's starting to trend down a little bit compared to previous years. Ridership's going up, but it just seems like the people that are coming here are not doing day trips to the beach or using the buses to go to the beach. It seems to be, Mid-Island, my comment's a little stagnant on the ridership. It's everything seems to be pointing towards the Old South Corridor, where a lot of our ridership is. So we may need to look at moving routes around or adding more frequency on there to try to keep the buses on time. I know July 4th, we were denying rides trip after trip because the buses were full and they couldn't fit any more people on the buses. And that was, just up from the airport coming into town that people left behind. So, the next order of buses that are going to go in that area are going to have to be larger buses, because we just cannot accommodate the amount of riders that are traveling on that road. So other than that, I mean, everything's looking good. We're going to stay fare free, and, ridership continues to bump up. So that's a good thing for the transit authority and for the town. So if there's any questions, that's all I have for tonight.
Jill?
Just one, Gary, the new buses, will they also be electric?
We have 6 buses that are coming in. They were scheduled for September. I think they're going to be pushed back till December. Those 6 are electric. I think the next order of 4 or 5 buses are going to be diesel electric hybrids. So they'll run on diesel on certain areas, but if they're going up to Sconset, they'll switch over to electric when they approach coming off a Milestone, that they'll go to electric, and the same thing when they're coming into town, they'll switch to electric. So there'll be no noise, and just maybe on Milestone Road, they'll run on diesel. Those are probably a year out, and they will be a larger size vehicle to be able to handle the amount of people that are riding the buses now. There'll be a lot more expense to them. I think we're projecting those buses to come in at 950,000 per bus. So I think the plan is to order 5 at this time. In the coming weeks, we're going to place the order on it.
Yeah, I got a text from someone who was riding the bus about a half hour ago, and it was full. They texted me a picture of all the heads. So people are using them. Yeah.
Anybody else? There a motion to adjourn NRTA?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, next up, we will call the August 5th Select Board meeting to order at 5:38. In terms of the agenda, we have one added announcement, and otherwise we will accept it. And I'll turn it over to the town manager.
Thank you. This meeting is being video and audio recorded. First off, we have a public meeting announcement regarding the proposed Walwinet Road multi-use path. And is Mike Burns online to give that transportation? No. Oh, he's not. Okay. So here's what Mike was going to say. The public meeting, this is an informational meeting on Wednesday, August 12th at 5 o'clock here in this room. It will be a presentation of the impacts of the various alternatives on private, environmental, and cultural assets, with a suggestion of a preferred alternative design that will be presented to the county commissioners in the fall. The town will have a survey available online and a summary of results will be provided to the county commissioners. The hope is for a 2028 construction start on the project, and there is a ways to go on that, but that is basically what he was going to say. The select board will be holding a capital improvement plan workshop next Thursday, August 13th at 5 p.m. here in this room. We have been discussing this for the last month or so. Nantucket continues to be under a level 2 drought. Mandatory water restrictions are in place and fines will be charged for noncompliance by the water department. The Brant Point Shellfish Hatchery tours are back. Space is limited. Registration is required. I wanted to make an extra note on this. Myself and the deputy town managers toured the facility on a visit with the Martha's Vineyard managers at the end of July, and it was extremely educational. The town is really fortunate to have staff that is so knowledgeable and dedicated to their work. This is off script, but after our visit, the water resources specialist, Tara Riley, who is right here, detected an odd sound in a fan and put a fire extinguisher on it before it burst into flame. So thank you very much for that. It was exciting that it didn't happen while we were there, but can't have everything. Harmful algal bloom monitoring, HAB monitoring, is occurring right now with selected ponds. The town with local and regional partners is monitoring those weekly through October 3rd, and you may report that one if you see one online. There's no select board meeting next Wednesday, August 12th. The next regular Wednesday night board meeting is on August 19th. And our housing director has an announcement.
Thank you, Christy Ferrantella. Just an announcement that construction is underway next door at Tacoma Green, which is Nantucket's new 64-unit rental housing community, and the upcoming housing lottery is on the horizon. You can visit www.tacomagreen.com to follow the construction progress, learn about the eligibility, and stay informed about key dates and the application details for the housing lottery. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. And that's it for announcements.
Are there any select board comments?
Yep.
Announcements?
I wanted to give an update on the lights on the wind turbines, Vineyard wind turbines. They based in part because of reporting from our community in Martha's Vineyard that they seem to be on more than anticipated. Vineyard Wind did do an investigation process. They engaged an FAA consultant, and they have found a technical solution to what they refer to as the cone of silence issue. It's something about the current system losing radar tracking of aircraft, and it requires them to come on. So they're going to be upgrading the system with a new technological fix. And the crew will be heading out at 2 a.m. tomorrow to begin the work and expect to have it installed in 2 days. And then it will be another week or so to get the system fully up and running. During the installation process, the lights will be blinking red continuously because they have to for FAA requirements. I just wanted to report that Bob Bystrowski has been appointed our liaison to Vineyard Wind, and the Vineyard Wind liaison, Jen Cullen. They have established a really great communication protocol. They meet regularly, and we're finding Vineyard Wind to be very communicative and responsive now that sort of the dust has settled on all the other things and our agreements in place. So I'm delighted. Bob's doing a great job, and I wanted to thank him publicly and just say all that's going well, and this is a good sign.
Question?
I wasn't going to bring this up since we're on the subject of Vineyard Wind. And Bob, I requested a few weeks ago an update on where the turbines were at and how much energy they were actually producing. And I got a response from Bob and Jen saying that all 62 turbines were up and operational and had been fully, no additional ones were planned on being installed. No kidding, we all knew that. What I'm asking for, and I'm hoping that I get it, and I'm going to keep asking for it until I get it, is I want to know over a 30-day period, how many of those 62 turbines are actually turning and how much electricity is actually being produced. Because they keep telling me over and over again that there's 806 megawatts of 100,000 homes. And I drive by those things more than anyone in this room. And no more than 25 to 35% of them are turning on any given day. So we're being told a bunch of crap. It's all smoke and mirrors, and I want actual numbers from Vineyard Wind. And I don't know who asked for that, whether it's Bob and Jen, or whether it's us, or even if they're going to give us the information, but I'm going to keep harping on it till someone tells me.
Are there any other select board announcements or comments? Okay, next up, we have some public comment responses from July 22nd. Bill Greeter asked what happened to the town's mosquito control process, whether mosquito treatment was performed this year, and if not, why? The town's response, the VDCI, the town's longstanding mosquito control contractor, has conducted routine larval treatments at established sites across the island, including Nantucket, since the spring. The contractor treatment program and authorized locations have not changed. This year, a dry June followed by heavy rainfall and higher than normal July tides created additional standing water and mosquito breeding habitat, resulting in increased mosquito activity despite continued treatment. Amy Eldridge inquired about the scope of a proposed stormwater fee, including whether it would cover runoff from residents' roofs, public roadways, property grading, and homeowners' responsibility for stormwater originating from town roads. The town's response, the stormwater bylaw approved at the 2026 annual town meeting, currently pending state approval, provides the authority for the select board to establish stormwater regulations that include provisions to address stormwater flooding and erosion on adjacent properties. It also authorizes the select board to establish a stormwater utility and a stormwater enterprise fund with a utility fee. These are items planned for consideration by the select board in the next several months. There are more expanded answers on the town's website. And now we have public comment for items that are otherwise not on the select board agenda tonight. Comments do need to be limited to 3 minutes.
Good evening, I'm Curtis Barnes. I have a comment on one of the contracts, and I don't know if this is the right time to do it, but there's no place in the contracts to do it. So may I do it now?
You should probably, I'll recognize you during the contract.
Okay, well, don't do them as a blanket then, because I only have one.
Which one?
The housing placemate contract.
Okay. Amy?
Hi, Amy Eldridge. Kind of going back to the response about the stormwater and the additional fees. This is going to sound like the stupidest thing you've ever heard me say, but my lawn is being used to recharge our aquifer and I pay for water. So like, is there a credit to us that are allowing our lawns to be used to refill the aquifer? Thank you.
All right, 1 second. Good evening, members of the Select Board. My name is Michael Alvarez. I serve as the Chief Technology Officer for the town and county of Nantucket, but tonight I'm speaking as a private citizen and resident of the island of more than 30 years. Yesterday, many people on the island learned of an automated license plate reader that appears to have been installed on the corner of Easy Street and Broad Street, monitoring traffic to and from the Steamship Authority. Several friends and neighbors reached out to me with questions because of my role with the town. I want to state very clearly the Chief Technology Officer is not part of the Nantucket Public Safety chain of command. Neither I nor my predecessor had any involvement in the purchase, approval, or installation of any automated license plate readers on Nantucket. I also want to be equally clear about my personal opinion. I do not believe automated license plate readers belong on this island. Modern vehicle recognition technology can collect far more than any license plate number. Depending on the system, it can identify a vehicle's make, model, color, and other distinguishing characteristics. As these systems continue to evolve, they are capable of extracting increasingly detailed information about vehicles and, by extension, people passing before them. I believe that collecting this amount of information on residents and visitors without individualized suspicion or a warrant poses a real threat to our civil liberties and has no place in our community. This weekend, I happened to watch John Oliver's segment on police surveillance technology. 48 hours later, I learned this same type of technology is being used here on Nantucket. If you have not seen it, I encourage you to watch it. And if that style of presentation is not for you, I encourage you to read the many articles from communities across our country wrestling with these same questions. I want to be clear that I do not fault Nantucket Police Department for using the tools they believe will help keep our community safe. Protecting the public is one of their core responsibilities, and we entrust them with that responsibility. My concern is not with the officers who use the technology. My concern is with the technology itself, the data it collects, how long the data is retained, who ultimately has access to it, and who may use it in the future. We have seen numerous reports across the country of unauthorized access to these systems, as well as legitimate users accessing the data for improper personal reasons. Once this information exists, it creates a risk that extends well beyond Nantucket. Yesterday, I spoke with Chief Casper about the cameras. She told me that the installation had been there for approximately a decade. However, my own research to the make and model of the cameras currently installed suggests they may be much more recently installed. I also want to acknowledge that Chief Casper explained that requests from outside agencies require approval from the Nantucket Police Department, and that to date, no outside agency has been granted access. I appreciate her willingness to share that information. Even so, I remain concerned about what access may exist through the vendor that stores this data and whether information could ultimately be shared beyond Nantucket's control. After that conversation, I reviewed select board agendas.
3 minutes.
Pardon? Sorry.
Your time's up.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'll send this letter to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Campbell Sutton. So I know I sound like I'm harping on this, and I don't mean to. This is about the Nantucket Planning and Economic Development Commission, which I believe I have mentioned to you several times. It's also about a suggestion that I made at the public meetings for planning board where the NP&EDC was also there, and it was accepted as a decent idea. So I just wanted to read to you from the most recent agenda for this group, which was July 27th, 5 p.m. And this is item 5. So this was minutes to accept. July 14th, these are all 2026, just to keep that clear. July 14th, January 15th and 28th, February 17th, March 23rd, and June 29th. Now, my understanding of best practices in terms of minutes and when they should be posted does not include 6 months worth of minutes. So I feel like somehow this group is out there, but they're not being held accountable. And to earlier select board members mentioning that, well, you can always go read the minutes. Well, apparently you can't just go read the minutes. So I really would encourage us all to try and get at least annual accountability that includes multimodal learning, not just, oh, we wrote it up in the annual town report, right? Something that's that addresses people's hearing, reading, visual with, data, charts, pictures, etc. I think just having it written once a year is doing us all a disservice. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other public comments this evening? Seeing none, we don't have any new business. We will move on to approval of, let's do the minutes and the warrants, unless there's any changes.
Move approval. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm abstaining from the July 20th minutes because I wasn't there.
And just one comment in the minutes, they were really well done, Erica. It explained some difficult things like really well. Thank you.
Now, okay, so that carried 4-0. At least, well, for the one. He's just abstaining from the one.
Aye, except for the 20th.
Yes. Approval of pending contracts, and I know we do have a question. Curtis?
Curtis Barnes again. Thank you very much. My question is about the placemate contract for the rental preservation program. I am very much in favor of that program. I'm going to apply for it. But my understanding is that the program amounts to 30 properties. That's the limit, as I was told by the housing office. We're trying to pay $120,000 to manage 30 properties. And I submit that the housing office could handle that internally without the need to hire a $120,000 contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy Ferrantella. Just to give a little background on the contract, this went out for a request for proposals through the procurement office, and this was the one bid that we received back. The intention of putting this out for an administrator was so that they can be the one collecting and reviewing income verifications of the tenants and all of the leases. Those were things that the town didn't want to have possession of and would prefer that a third party verify all of that. And then just to clarify the contract, it's a not to exceed 120,000, but there's a base monthly fee for a placemate to review everything, all of the administration, all of the marketing, again, the tenant verifications. And we've seen them do it with lease to locals. They're really hands-on and really helpful. And then it's a percentage fee for everything for every property that they onboard. So it's a not to exceed contract. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Bobby?
Christy, don't leave. I have a question on the $29,556 for building condition assessment of 14 Somerset Road. Tell me what that is. And please don't tell me that it's somebody going in there to assess what shape the building's in.
Yes, so the Affordable Housing Trust acquired this property roughly 3 years ago with the intention to be able to sell the property to an income qualified buyer. We do know that a roof needs to be replaced, and we wanted to see what other conditions the Affordable Housing Trust should improve before selling it, because we understand that for an income qualified buyer, it's really difficult to be able to get the mortgage for the home and then to be able to also do the needed maintenance and upgrades. So we'd like to have that done before it's resold. So the intention is to have this go out to bid, be fixed with things like, I know it needs an oil tank, I know it needs a new roof, and then we can resell it.
So, but that's not what this is for. This is for someone to tell you what needs to be done?
Correct.
So we're paying $30,000 for somebody to go in there and look at this building and go, hey, it needs a new roof, a new furnace, and a new refrigerator?
It's to take us through the whole assessment.
Well, I'm going to vote no on this because that's ridiculous. So pull this one out separately, please.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Can I ask Christy too about the SMRT contract? The 71,000 to increase that. Was that, can you just remind me on Wait Drive, the amount of money that we approved? I thought that included full design for the full build out, even though we're only constructing half of it right now, or moving to construct it, actually.
Correct. So the reason that there's an amendment is the original contract that we did prior to town meeting only secured their services until we got to town meeting, because we didn't know if we had money for the for the construction. Now that town meeting has been approved, they're consulting and helping with getting everything over to Pearl Construction so they can begin ordering the modular buildings. So it's just an extension to get them through the next phase.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Done. I'm gonna go back to placemate. It's not, it's a not to exceed. So let's just say there's 30 people that do it. What will the cost be if there's only 30?
Dylan's better with numbers.
All right, thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Dylan Mechampel, Deputy Housing Director. So the way the contract is structured is it's a flat rate of 60,000, and then for every additional property, it's $2,000. So if all 30, if we max out the program at 30, then it would be 120,000. If not, it would depend on how many properties, but it's 2,000 per property.
Right. So we're talking $4,000 per year, per unit.
Well, 2,000 per unit.
Well, if you got
Sorry.
30,
Got
it's
30.
120 4 times 3 is 120.
Well, it's 60 right off the top. So
Yeah.
even if you have 20, then it becomes more than 4,000 per unit.
No, it's a base rate of $60,000,
60,000.
which includes the marketing, vetting, potential participants, all of the upfront costs to get people into the program. And then once they seal the deal, then there's another 2,000 per unit
Per unit to.
Yeah. For executed leases.
Any other questions?
Yes, two, nothing to do with that. I have just the two DBW contracts for Weston and Sampson and for Veritex that were approved through Article 16 in 2018 and through Article 17 in 2026. I feel like we're dragging the cart before the horse here. I understand that we approve these at town meeting, they didn't get pulled, and yes, we need to have bid plans available to go to bid. But before we have this August 13th meeting, I don't want to approve these contracts until after that meeting, because I don't want to do this and then find out that this isn't going to happen until 2029 or 2030 on our priority list. Now, if it happens in the next year, then we can come back in 2 weeks and we can approve these contracts. I don't think that it's that time sensitive, is it, Drew? That we can't wait 2 weeks? We have a ton of stuff on this list. It's $1 billion, and we got to figure out what's coming out of Article 10 each year, what's going to be an override, what we're going to have to take to the voters. And I really don't want to spend $1.5 million on something that may not get to town meeting for a year or two or longer. So that's where I'm at with this. So
I mean, I would just say it is time sensitive. At this point, we are pushing extremely hard to revise the schematic design and design development, which I know Jill, Brooke, and you, Bob, were on the work group. And from there, it's going to be a full court press to get permitting and, everything done we're bidding this in 6 months. I understand your point, which is that
we're
looking at
bidding something we haven't got the money for. We haven't gone to town meeting and asked for $60 million to build this, but we're going to bid it?
That's been the intent all along, is that we want to put it out to bid, get firm numbers, and then go to town meeting with exact costs, rather than an estimate that's in some cases less than is needed to actually construct the project, or conversely, and I would argue even worse, estimating far too much. So, that's been our goal for the last couple of years. As far as holding off for 2 weeks, I don't think that's an issue. But, at some point, this project does need to move forward, and, to do the permitting, the design now, if it does, for whatever reason, end up getting put on hold, that stuff doesn't go stale. But
We've transitioned, Bobby, I don't know, since the old days of estimating construction costs. Hold on. Estimating construction cost, getting town meeting approval, going out to bid, and falling short in a rising construction environment. So we have shifted to a plan of investing money up front, getting the bids and then having a firm number. We get complaints from people at town meeting because the numbers aren't firm. And then we spend the money to get firm numbers and we got issues with that. I'm not in favor of going back to the old way because a lot of projects got dragged out or never got done because the supplemental funding never happened. And so I prefer this method upfront to having it designed, whether or not it gets to town meeting next spring or the spring after, the work gets done. We need a DPW facility. I think we all agree on that. I mean, I don't think you disagree on that. And I'm really hesitant to stop projects that have been in the pipeline for years. Now that we have 2 new board members, I'm really struggling with putting the brakes on stuff that have been in the pipeline forever. I get we're going to review the SIP. I get we're going to look at all of this, but this one, you were on a work group with me. You said it was you believe it's a priority, right? And we're so far down the road and there's mitigation, there's all kinds of stuff that's happening around this. So I'm just, this is a little frustrating to me, honestly. So I'll leave it at that.
Through you, Madam Chair. I understand your frustration and I look at what the CMP is and it is massive. And you can get frustrated with me all you want, everyone can, but I was put here, my mandate from the voters was to keep the spending under control. And I'm not faulting that we don't need a DPW, and I believe I put this on as my number one priority on this whole list. I just want to make sure that that's where we're at. And my concern is this, if we bid it, if we give this, we spend $1.5 million right now, and they go and they bid this, and it doesn't go to town meeting next year, which I think it should, because this is probably on my list, is number one priority on here, then the numbers aren't going to be the same. I mean, how many times did we come back to the Island Home and the numbers went up every year? So I feel like I've been down this road. I remember before, oh, we'll get 5 million to do this. We'll draw the plans. Oh, we're going to do this. Then all of a sudden we spend 8 million and now, well, we got to build it now because we just spent 8 million. There's so many things on this plan. I'm one vote, so there's 4 of you here. You can do what you want. I really would like to wait 2 weeks until we get through this whole list of how we want to prioritize this. But if you don't want to do that, that's fine.
Madam Chair, if I may, I don't know if this will
Go ahead.
help. I don't know if this helped your level of comfort, but the actual cost of the bidding services is really such a small percentage of this contract. So my point was that, we do the design work and that doesn't go stale. That is something that could sit on a shelf if that, unfortunately, is the direction we're going. I think just to add to Brooke's point, there were some projects that we've recently done, using this method. And I think that it's proven successful. And I think something that you brought up before, not to pick on a project, but like the Harbor Master building was an estimate. It wasn't enough. And then it's a supplemental and a supplemental. And then eventually we're getting around to doing it, and I don't want my project to be the next project that is a dog chasing its tail, trying to figure out exactly what the number is. And we want the voters to be well informed. So that's our approach for this project.
Done.
Oh, yeah.
And there are timeline issues with this, Bobby. There's timeline issues around permitting. If we wanted to move forward at town meeting in the spring, 2 weeks here matters. It really does.
I mean, this is a continuing challenge. It costs so much money to design something, but if you don't design it, you can't get real numbers put to it. And then I wish that there was a way to really understand where the voters were going to land at town meeting before we spend all of these money on projects. But I haven't figured out exactly what it is. Joe?
On that point, and I'm supportive of a new DPW building, Drew. I don't know that it's going to be my first choice when we meet on this next week, because we really need to look at everything. And the one issue about this one, and the only reason it gives me pause, is because the voters haven't ever endorsed it. So this money was not a debt exclusion. You know, we rolled it into the overall numbers. And it was rejected when it was a debt exclusion, I think twice. So that's the only reason I get pause. I want to move forward with this. I would just feel better about this process if we did wait until we met next week. If we collectively as a group say, this is our number one and we're going to put this forward and put forward a debt exclusion for this, I'm fully on board in signing the contract, but I understand. I will, maybe I should ask you a question. If this board decides not to put it forward as a debt exclusion for some reason, if that happens, do you want to keep moving forward with your design?
I think we should, right? Like I think the point that's been made tonight is that it does have to happen. If it's not at this upcoming town meeting, if it's a future town meeting, then I don't see this as being a wasted effort. So I would expect that we continue with this process. Absolutely.
Can you clarify something for me? Because maybe I'm confused. They're gonna go through they're gonna give you bid-ready plans.
Correct.
So it doesn't matter if it goes, if it gets pushed back a year, these bid-ready plans don't change. So it's only thing that will change is the actual bid. We're not actually
Correct.
getting a bid off of this contract. We're just getting bid-ready plans. Is that correct?
The contract, both of them, Vertex or OPM and Weston and Sampson, in their scope included in their scope is bid phase services. So it's the cost of putting it out to bid, pre-qualifications of subcontractors bidding this in line with Chapter 149, public procurement. So,
Okay, but
but yes, the overwhelming majority, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but 95% of
it's
this
going to take
effort.
them 6 months to do this, draw these plans. And if it's decided that this isn't going to go to town meeting for this year, we're not going to have to pay them twice to put it out to bid. We can wait and say, don't put it out to bid till the following year if we decide we want to put it on the following year.
Correct.
They can
Yep.
get everything ready and we
Yep.
can wait.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, we finish the process and it would sit on a shelf,
Okay,
essentially.
so that,
it wouldn't go
eases
stale.
my mind a little bit. I just
Yeah.
had the way I read this was that we're going to give them all this money and we're going to be ready to go to bid. And then we'd have to give it to them again because we waited a year.
No, if we choose not to put this out to bid in February, we would do it, say, the following February.
But we don't have to
or the
pay them
following.
again to do that.
No, unless we have them do the entire bid process and then pull the plug and then want to bid it again.
So yeah.
Yeah, we have 6 months to figure out if we're putting this out to bid or not. But there's an incredible amount of work that needs to happen over the next 6 months.
And that's short.
Very, very short.
So we may have to wait.
I'm more
push it off
comfortable with it
fall.
now that you've explained it to me that way. I was under the impression that this was going to go to bid, and once it was done, if we went to bid a year or two later, it would have to be all rebid and we'd have to pay them again. So I just don't want to have to pay them twice.
No, I mean, that bid phase is the last part of their scope. So yeah, like I said, if we pull the plug on it, then that's something they wouldn't do at this time.
Jill?
What I read too is that your design phase is at 60% and at 90. So it sounds like we get to revisit it when it's at 60%. And it sounds like that's probably a good time to reassess it too.
Yes, Libby and I actually talked about it this morning. I think it would be, we think it would be a good opportunity this fall, potentially in September, if it's not too soon, to do an update to the board and the public on the project. Again, I know 3 of you were on the DPW facility work group, so you more than anybody are aware of the changes that we've made and what direction we're going. So they're revising the schematic design plans, updating the 60% design development plans, which we've already produced, and then pushing forward with construction documents. So there's 2 independent cost estimates along the way, one at the 60%, one at 90%, before we put it out to bid, so we can get temperature checks along the way and see where we're headed. So it also helps us evaluate bids, if and when we do bid it, and know if we're getting a fair, cost, or bid.
I'll say this, Bob, the one thing I really like about it is because he's pushing so hard, we're going to get a firmer number. by January. In the spring, sometimes these numbers come in very late, like our Island Home comes in like the day before we go to town meeting. But in this case, we're not going to have that with this, and I feel good about that.
I am more comfortable with it now, and I will vote for it. The housing one I'd like to pull separately, and the other one that I would like to discuss, if it's all right with you, Madam Chair, is the professional service agreement with Natural Resources for a climate sustainability action plan. someone tell me what that is? Because I have one here that is dated 6/6/24. So I'm curious what the new one is and what we're paying $500,000 for.
This is going, Vince Murphy, Natural Resources Department. The one you're talking about for 6/6/24, not sure what that is. But
It says version 1, 6/6/24, Climate Action Sustainability Plan.
that's a scope of services so that we can develop, so we can get a contract. And
So
that's
this
what
has
we've
been in the
developed.
works for 2 years?
Closer to 3. So yes. So we've been developing the, what's the needed information, which takes time. We initially did go to Capcom, I want to say, what, maybe 3 years ago. That request was turned down at the time. We got better feedback, better information from the state. We looked at a far greater number of plans from across the state for towns and municipalities and cities that have these types of plans so that we can get better. That improved the condition of the scope of services far more. The scope of services was then put out to bid after it was approved at town meeting in 2025 in Article 10. It is extremely comprehensive. The base reason in here is this is going to help bring down the cost of energy bills. It's a guided way of seeing how we need to assess our island, look at our energy usage, and then a way to keep it in line with what the state is requiring per their 2025, 2030, and 2050 plans. And then, this is most importantly, once we have an active plan in place, that opens up the doorway to all manner of grants. So this is a small amount of seed money to get in place all kinds of infrastructure, both for the town and for homeowners and for businesses. There's also 2 special things in the contract that it was bid out. There's 2 major carve-outs. One is for anything to do with boat traffic, whether it be commercial or for private boats, so that they will be on their own separate individual plan, because you know this as well as I do, Bobby, they're not miles per gallon, they're gallons per mile. So we need to give special consideration to the boating community, and that's inbuilt, baked in here. The second special consideration is for our hospitalities. Anything from B&Bs, restaurants, hotels, that anyone doing food service, so that they can continue to provide high quality services and be on their own separate individual plan for energy reduction as well, so that they can save money and have a better outcome. This is longevity planning. And this is a very interesting and valuable path forward to bring us in line with everything that the state is now setting up for us.
Madam Chair, I think my blood pressure just went up 20 points listening to that. This is just nothing more than the way for the state to come in and tell us what we can do. Whether you can have a gas stove in your house, or you got to have electric stove, whether you can have a heat pump, whether you can have everything. We have so many action plans and plans in this town. Harbor plans, shellfish plans, sustainability plans, erosion plans, this plan, that one. I'm surprised we don't have a plan. I feel like I'm going to get a plan any day now to tell me how to go to the bathroom. And this is crazy. This is $500,000 that we're seed money, so we can get money from the state, that then the state's going to come in and mandate what we can do with our stuff. You know, we took the stretch plan into play. Oh, we need the stretch plan so we can become a green community. Yeah, I was not in favor of the stretch plan. Do you know that right now, if you build a house, you have to put R44 insulation in your attic? It used to be R19. The only way to do that is to blow 22 inches of insulation into your attic, or to blow closed cell phone. It only increases the cost of building. Everything that these plans do increase the cost of buildings. Our state has drank the Kool-Aid on things that the average person doesn't want. And we get these plans and they come to us. We hire consultants to do them. They write them. We don't get the chance to review them. They come in, we rubber stamp them, and then a year from now, we find out that, oh, wait, now we got to do this. I don't want anybody telling me what I can do with my boat or how much fuel I can use. I don't know what's going to be in this plan, and I don't want to spend $500,000 for them to tell me that. So I understand you've been working on this for 3 years, but I want to vote on this separately as well.
Go ahead, Vince.
Thank you. Just to clarify, You can still do exactly as you please. If you choose to use older technologies, that's up to you. You'll pay more, but that's up to you. But it'll give incentives to those economically disadvantaged who need these kind of incentives to help them. It's a community-wide benefit, not just an individual. And talking about communities, it is a community-driven plan. The way that we do most of our large-scale planning like this is to have a lot of meetings, special interest groups, focus groups, and get all of the community-wide input so that we can have a community-generated plan. And that matters in terms of the state as well, because then they'll see, well, this is what this community wants, and that we have these two special carve-outs for these two special industries that mean most to us. That sends a big, powerful message to the state as well, and helps our environmental justice communities, our disadvantaged communities, those that can't afford these bills. Oh, and it saves the town a lot of money too. Our building bills would come down as well.
Jill?
So Vince, is this going to audit all of the buildings that the town owns? Is it going to be a full greenhouse gas audit of all the buildings that the town owns? And then it's going to identify the greenhouse gases emitted throughout the other, the construction industry, the other cars? I guess NERDA now has some diesel and their fuel as well. Is it going to evaluate everything?
So greenhouse gas budgeting is a core part of this. It's island-wide. There might be a special draw just for the town, which would be a very interesting thing to see, yes. But we're also, when you look at accounting, we have some pretty interesting things in our benefit that people don't realize. 52-ish% of the island is conservation land, and that is a greenhouse gas sink. That sucks in things. That could actually play out very beneficially for us. And then it would be the kind of thing that would develop a plan that would over time set targets, not targets that must absolutely be achieved or you'll get a penalty, but the kind of targets that would set up achievable reductions for us over time. And we're talking decade levels in some cases. We get to choose. And here's part of the risk. I'm sorry, but facts are facts. They're not mandatory right now, but in the future, the state could make it mandatory. If we determine our own fate about what we would like as a community before the state ends up setting a target on us, we have the right to retain that. So if in the future the state comes in and says, you now have to follow the state limits, we can say, like any other community with a similar kind of climate sustainability plan, that no, we have our own, we've already agreed to this and you like this too. So that is a nice way of having, excuse me, Bobby, telling the state we're in control.
But I think we know that the state already has a net zero goal, right? I think my only concern with it, Vincent, I know it came to Capitol, but we know what the solutions are, don't we? So if you have an implementation plan from this, which I think will follow this, right? So $500,000 on this, and then maybe $1 million or something for an implementation plan to right?
You're asking the right questions, but you need to have the plan before you know what the implementation is going to be.
But don't we know what those answers are now? Aren't we doing
we?
some of those things? That's what I'm concerned about. I feel like we've made great strides in energy efficiency and renewable energy and
So this is a way for the community in particular to give their opinion on how it should be guided. And that's the important word, guided, and have a plan that we can follow and take our cues from and how we're going to do this. At the moment, yes, we have made great strides, but it's kind of on an ad hoc. What can we achieve? What can one or two people do? Whereas it's kind of almost passion projects. This changes it from passion projects to prescribed. And that's the big change here, that it's guided and prescribed rather than ad hoc.
And how are you going to evaluate the greenhouse gases from all the residential properties here? How does that work?
So this was something that was huge when we were evaluating the different proposals. We had a total of 9 proposals. We've ended up interviewing 4 and then selected one company. This was a consistent thing of how do you undertake your greenhouse gas inventory. And most of them take samples through a community and then use that as kind of at the base and then multiply it out community-wide. So for the sake of argument, you get, I don't know, 50, 100 homes. You understand what their carbon usage is or their energy usage is, and then you can apply that in blocks and build a model of how that works. And then over time, you can see, well, what are they using? And if you change from one system to another, what does that do? It also could do one more kind of interesting thing. it could offset the need for all of us to have to pay more on our energy bills, not just for energy itself, but the need for a third cable eventually.
You're actually making the point that I had concerns when I read the report, the scope, because I was thinking we actually aren't the solutions to rely more on electricity.
Well, yes,
If
electricity.
we're going to decarbon, then we're relying more on electricity. So
Yes.
to me, I just wondered if the report would actually lead us to understand better if we're going to have a third cable.
That could be one part of it, but more precisely, if we're going to have more local solar, if we're going to have more somewhat locally energy storage or energy independence, and what that might look like. And then that offsets how much we might have to buy in. That actually saves and benefits people who end up with, say, selling electricity back to the grid. You end up as a profit rather than a payer.
Right. I just feel like those are things that are happening. So I just feel like $500,000 is a lot to tell us some information that we know, even though I'm sure there are a lot of gaps. I understand.
Gaps, massive voids, and this is the purpose that we have to do this, to understand what those are. Like we said, we know it for a lot of individual houses that participate in existing plans. We do not have any clue community-wide or across, say, town municipal buildings and where we could make savings. That alone could probably offset most of the cost of this.
I'm wondering if this is one that we might want to discuss more at the Capitol meeting next week, because there are a lot of different plans. There is a lot of overlap and redundancy, I think, with some of the plans. There's some. And so maybe we could get a fuller picture of that in that work group. And maybe that would help us, before we moved forward on this contract.
I mean, I think that we can take these out of order and go to a vote. I don't want to derail things currently that have been in the works for years. And I don't think we're going to have any real clear answers after one workshop next week on terms of where we're going with all the capital expenditures, but we can take it to a vote. So we're taking two out. So let's vote on all of the rest, and we'll pull the natural resources and the housing.
The
Housing
SMRT building
assessment, yeah.
condition assessment,
Yeah.
okay.
Which is being paid for by the trust. Okay, all those in favor of all of the other contracts?
Okay, so I thought there were three that were in question, not.
No, the
Just-
DPW.
DPW is back on.
Okay.
No, I'm fine with the DPW.
So we're excluding the building assessment and the climate. Okay, yeah, so I'd move approval of the rest of them.
Okay, is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously 5-0.
I'm going to move approval of the assessment of Somerset.
Can I make a comment on that before we vote on it? It seems to me $30,000 to assess one building is a lot of money. That I think that there are builders in this town that are more than capable of doing this. And I would like to see the housing authority maybe reach out and ask for a volunteer to do it for nothing, to go into the building and say, this is what needs to be replaced. I mean, I know we have this is coming from the trust, and I know you have a bunch of money from town meeting, but God, $30,000 to assess one building, and then we're gonna have to spend another couple $100,000 to get it ready to give it away to somebody for a fraction of what it costs. I'd like to see us be a little more frugal than just throwing money at stuff. So I would ask that maybe they try to do that for a couple of weeks and then bring this back, but I have a hard time approving this. Christie?
Yeah.
I can go back. This was at the July Affordable Housing Trust meeting, and all the members present were excited to move forward with the project. It's a project that I said we bought multiple years ago. We've been trying to move forward. We've created a covenant lot. It's really been a multi-year process to get this ready to sell. So I can bring it back to the Affordable Housing Trust at their September meeting, but they did approve it. It's coming out of their budget. And it just, again, it's one of those not to exceeds. It's all the different items, including a building assessment, a structural assessment, environmental, hazardous material. All of these are different line items, and then helps us get the bids ready to go out for procurement, because all of this, again, has to go out to procurement. So all that just is incorporated into this contract. And I'm happy to delay it another month if you need to, but it's delaying the trust from getting the project done and getting somebody a home. So, thank you.
I mean, oh, sorry. Erica?
Is it legal to solicit free work for town projects?
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, my point was this is, we have to do public procurement for work like this, Bobby, and you get what you get in terms of the responses to requests for proposals. It just, it is, it's not great, but it is. It's the process we live in, whether we like it or not.
I think Bob, sorry.
I was just going to say, how much of this is like getting all the documents ready to actually procure the work? Because I will say, I've had one of I mean, the general home inspections that are done out here cost like $800. And I've had one from a very, very thorough full day assessment of a property from Boston, which cost $6,000. So jumping to 30, I'm just wondering where all the pieces fit together.
Yes, I stepped away from my computer, but I can pull up the contract. I want to say it's about $6,500 for the structural. And then there's environmental, which was about another 6,500. And then there was reporting and a few other things, but I can pull it up if you guys want to see it now.
Do
before-
we have reason to believe that there was like an oil spill or something on the site?
The current oil tank just needs to be evaluated.
Right, so I'm just wondering where that piece of it, I mean, that's generally something that's done when you know that it's been a gas station or a dry cleaner.
Or if you're selling a house, they inspect the oil tank and they say, oh, it's contaminated. And I mean, they're not replacing it. They're just looking at it. $30,000 is excessive. I would have been fine with 12, 15 even. 30 is excessive. Somebody is looking at this and going, this is, and I know what you're saying, Brooke. I know they see us coming and they're going, oh, this is the town of Nantucket. I'm the only bidder. I'm going to whack them. And I'm sorry, it just seems excessive.
Again, and this is, and not to exceed. So if they do the review and then we don't want to go to the bids, then we will not
What-
do that
I'm-
portion of the contract.
If it's not to exceed, how did it come out with such an odd number?
That's including all the different phases. If they do need to go in front of HDC for permits, or if there's any sort of permitting or procurement, that's all included in their proposal. But then we execute phases at a time.
So there could be drawings included. I mean, if there are actual architectural plans being done to get to like HTC ready, then that does get more in line.
I'm confused now because it says a building condition assessment. It doesn't say permitting and planning through HDC and building permits if need be. So what is it? Is it an assessment, or is it we're going to go in, we're going to look, and then it needs a new roof. I'm going to go to the building department and get a permit for that and get the permitting through the HDC. I'm confused.
Madam Chair. We don't put every detail of every contract on pending contracts. It's a summary. So if you would like to see the scope, which it sounds like you would, maybe we table this to the 19th and issue the scope to the board members in between.
That would be great.
I think maybe the same could be true of sorry, through the chair. I don't know that everyone saw the scope on the others as well. I just going to ask in the future that we do get more color for the contracts, because it is coming up for me and I'm new and I like to see the scope. But I know that that's a lot of information, so.
So perhaps if everybody wants to see the scope, or one board member wants to see the scope, we will need to let the departments know to get that ready ahead of time and send it to you. That will be some extra prep. Doable.
Could we just go through the contracts when we get the original, the draft, and say, can I see the scope on X, Y, and Z? Is that the easiest way?
That is fine. That is actually what Ms. Veith has been doing.
Okay.
And the only trouble is that the emails kind of come here and there, and that's That's just how it is as you're reviewing things. And the emails are coming to me because of the charter requirement that town questions of town staff go through the town manager. And I'm not at my computer all day, every day to check on all of this. So I don't see it at the moment it comes in. And why don't we talk internally and figure out a way, but when you all get the pending contracts list, if you want to skim it and say, I'd like to see the scopes for X, Y, Z, we can easily provide that.
You currently have a motion on the floor to approve this contract, so
Yeah, I don't think
it
anyone
wasn't
seconded
seconded.
it so far.
So is that dying for a lack of a second?
I guess so.
Okay.
Can we take a motion to table, to just put this on in 2 weeks?
I'll make a motion to bring this back in 2 weeks after we've had a chance to look at the
Scope.
scope of the
I'll
contract.
second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Next up, we have the,
You still have that other contract?
yeah, natural
Okay.
resources contract. Where does everyone stand on that?
I'm ready to vote.
I'm going to move approval and we'll see where the board sits.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
That carries 3-2. Okay. Next up.
And while you're looking, I just want to, I think Bobby has a point about how we are being charged for some of the things. And I think it's something we're going to talk about in capital, but we need to find a way to get more bids or to work around some of it because, you know, and I voted against some of these things. I voted against the $2 million shed at the fields. And so I think that, you know, I think he has a point that we really need to do some work on because it has gotten obscene, the amount that we get charged for some of this stuff. So anyway, thank you.
Can I, through the chair? Can I-
Yes.
I mean, it's not just capital projects, though. I feel like these studies are very expensive too. And I think to study something where we know a lot of that information, to me, I really want to, I hit the pause button on that too. Everything has to be looked at. It's not just capital projects. It's the things that support and build up into what becomes a capital project.
Madam Chair, through you, just one last comment on this. We write these action plans and whatever they are. And we pay consultants to write them and they meet with small groups of people throughout the island who are passionate about that particular project. And then they're written and then they come to us and a lot of times they're hundreds of pages long and we get them on a Wednesday and we get them on a Thursday or Friday before the meeting, and we're expected to rubber stamp these things. And I'll be quite frank, I don't get a chance to read every little bit of them. So I just want to put everyone on notice that I'm not going to vote for any of these until I'm comfortable with them because they all have underlying consequences. The stretch code was a perfect example. I don't think the majority of the people in this town understood what the stretch code was going to do. And we were sold the same bill of goods that we're being sold right now about, oh, if we adopt this, then we can become a green community and we can get all these benefits from the state. But it ends up costing the individual homeowner thousands and thousands and thousands of extra dollars to build something. And that it's already so expensive to do it here as it is, that just because the state says we should do it doesn't mean we should. You know, and we don't need a study for everything under the sun. We really don't. So I'm going to be very scrutinous on these going forward as to do we really need this and what is the outlying consequences going to be? Thank you.
Okay, we have some committee appointments to do.
Okay, so just to review the committee appointment process for you tonight, this is round 2 of your annual committee appointments. We do have a number of committees where there is only one seat available and one applicant. So I think where there's any uncontested seats, if you are open to this, you could just do a blanket appointment by acclamation to fill those, and I'm just going to review those seats right now first. The Council for Human Services, one seat available and one applicant, who is Sarah Wright. Council on Aging, 2 seats available, 1 applicant, Amanda Wright. Cultural Council, 2 seats available, 2 applicants, Bianca Brown and Mary Longacre. Scholarship Committee, 2 seats available, 1 applicant, Lori Elliott. Sign Advisory Council, 1 seat available, 1 applicant, Ben Normand. And Zoning Board of Appeals, 1 seat available and 1 applicant, Thomas Garrett. If you're all in agreement, I would ask for a motion to make those appointments by acclamation.
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That carries unanimously, 5-0.
Great. So now on to the boards that are contested. We are going to do all the votes by paper ballot. Everybody has little slips of paper. The first one is Board of Health. We have 1 seat available and 2 applicants, Richard Ray and Amy Beaton. Just a reminder, before you cast your votes, we did invite the applicants to speak on behalf of their applications. I know Richard Ray is here in the front, and I don't know if Amy is here. And I don't see her online, but Richard, if you would like to speak on behalf of your application, please go right over to the mic.
I assume you can all hear me.
No, we have to do it for
It's for the
meeting.
radio.
Thank you. I think my credentials speak for themselves. I would truly enjoy the ability to come back to Nantucket's Health Department as a member of the Board of Health and to give back again to this island all that it gave to me. Thank you.
Can I ask Richard a question?
Mhm.
Don't sneak away, Richard. Do you feel that the Board of Health's job is to regulate more than just health regulations?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think there's more involved than just simply looking at the regulatory aspects. I think one thing that hasn't been addressed is public education. I think we need to spend a lot more time trying to influence the public with regard to tick-borne diseases, septic system design, things of that nature. Thank you.
No, I'm mean more specifically, I guess, is do you feel that that it's our job as a Board of Health, since I'm the select board member, to somewhat limit growth through Board of Health regulations?
You gotta back
Limit-
it up, Richard. You gotta go back to the mic.
Go back to Mike. To limit growth through Board of Health regulations? Or do you think that's the planning board's department?
With regard to Board of Health regulations, I wrote many regulations during my tenure here. It's unfortunate that the health department doesn't seem to be able to find them. That's one of my bigger concerns. I'm a yes or no kind of person. There is a middle of the road. When you need to sort of listen to, you gotta listen to both sides. And if there's an ability to bring both sides together with a comfortable alternative, then I'm in favor of that. But again, I'm a rules and regulations kind of guy.
Thank you, Richard. All right, so you are voting for 1. And when the votes come to me, I'll tally them and read them aloud. Richard Ray received 1 vote from Mr. Fee. Amy Beaton received votes from Chair Hill, Mr. DeCosta, Ms. Beeth, and Ms. Moore. So Amy Beaton is the new member. Next up, the Coastal Resiliency Advisory Committee, 1 seat available and 2 applicants, Jeff Clayton, who is online, and Mary Longacre, who is in the room. So, Jeff, if you would like to speak, I just allowed you to.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Jeff Clayton. I live at 9 Ridge Lane. I've been a full-time resident of Nantucket for 3 years, so I've been coming here since I was a kid, came every summer. My background, I have a PhD in astrophysics, and I was a professor at Louisiana State for 27 years and taught climate change in class every year. I was also a member of the Sustainability Committee of the American Astronomical Society. Since I've been on the island full time, I spent a year as the interim director of astronomy at the Mariah Mitchell Association. I'm also an active member of the Marine Mammal Alliance of Nantucket. Besides my obviously scientific expertise, I have a personal stake in this. I can see in my 60 years of coming to Nantucket with my own eyes the effects of climate change and sea level rise. I think we all can. And so I think that I would be a good addition to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Mary?
Hi, Mary Longacre. I was an original member of the Coastal Resilience Advisory Committee and served for the first 4 years. I resigned from the committee due to pressures from work with increasing responsibility there. And I have retired from that position as of last month. So I do have the time available to recommit. My background is in business, and my love for the island is formed over my entire lifetime. I'm also somebody who is very environmentally aware. So it seems like a wonderful combination of background, talent, experience, and skills to bring to the position. I would be happy to serve again. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. So again, you're going to vote for 1. Okay, Jeff Clayton received 1 vote from Ms. Moore. Mary Longacre received votes from Chair Hill, Mr. DeCosta, Mr. Fee, and Ms. Veith. Mary Longacre is the new board member on crack. Next up, you have the Finance Committee, 1 seat available and 3 applicants, Benjamin Reppert, Howard Matz, and Kit Murphy. I don't know if Benjamin Reppert is here, but I know that Kit, oh, you're here. Are you Benjamin? Do you want us to come up and speak? Right up to that mic?
Hello, how are you? My name's Ben Reppert. I have lived on the island for about 20 plus years, class of 2017 graduate, work at the airport, love and live it here, and Nantucket's just an amazing place. I have never been on any committee before this, and I am happy to say I'm on the Agriculture Commission thanks to your lovely votes. And but I guess the only reason I'm running because or asking your permission to be on the finance committee is because my mom always told me that her generation is not getting any younger, and she told me that now it's time for my generation to step up and start taking the keys of how to better run our future on Nantucket and around the country. And I feel like my generation, we're getting younger and we have a lot more vibrant ideas to give, and none of our board members are getting any younger. So it's always good to have difference of ideas and to bring in a new and younger generation for the better of Nantucket. And with your blessed vote, I'll be happily able to serve on the finance committee, give new ideas, and to help you guys out and to make Nantucket a better place. And I thank you all very much.
Thanks, Ben. Howard, I saw you in the audience.
Good evening. I'm Howard Matz, and I'm here to express my interest in an appointment to the Finance Committee. As you know, I'm a year-round resident, and I'm currently serving on Capcom and the Planning Board, following an extremely long career in investment banking and municipal finance. This has been a great opportunity for me to take a deep dive into the capital projects facing each of our town departments, as well as the zoning and regulatory issues confronted by the Planning Board. Having been involved with these various departments and the committees, I believe that an effective member of the Finance Committee ideally should have some specific experience and characteristics, like a clear appreciation of the pressure that Nantucket faces in financing nearly $1 billion of projects over the next 10 years. I think that the interplay of capital and operating budgets is really important to appreciate, because while we're interested in managing the projects that we go forward with, we need to understand what the cost is to the ratepayers and to the community. I have a deep familiarity with the projects that are currently being reviewed, that are underway, or being considered by the various department heads and enterprise funds. I think you need to have a lot of experience in structuring financing public and private initiatives and service agreements. And I think you need to have a pretty good understanding to participate in the Finance Committee of secured real estate finance transactions and lease agreements and service contracts. And I think you also need to have a knowledge of municipal debt finance. My background really does closely line up with all of the issues and all of the criteria that I think are important. My experience on Capcom and the Planning Board has given me really valuable insights into the issues the Finance Committee considers. I've gotten to know each of the town's department heads and staff through discussions of their specific capital requests. Early in my career, I served as a municipal financial advisor to cities, water authorities, sewer tax increment districts, public power agencies, and public transit systems. I have personally met with the bond rating agencies, bringing my many clients to New York to represent them in the analysis of their debt offerings before they get underwritten and priced and taken to the market. So I actually clearly and closely understand municipal finance and underwriting and the issuance of public debt. I have structured public and private partnerships, and I think that we need to be considering the value of P3 projects as we look at who and how to undertake our extraordinarily large capital project needs. I spent a significant part of my career as a banker, investment banker, developer, and investor in renewable energy projects, including wind, hydroelectric generation, and a lot of work in commercial real estate as well. I've evaluated thousands of complex capital projects for both technical integrity and commercial viability. And I also, in the past couple of years, assisted the DPW, as you all know, in the negotiation of the waste options contract. And I think I made a really valuable contribution to that because of my familiarity with what commercially reasonable really is and what's acceptable and how to push back on issues. So that was a great experience, and I think I really added a lot of value to that. So based on my professional experiences and my current town service, I really am confident that I'd be a valuable addition to the Finance Committee, and I'd hope you consider me favorably for that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Kit?
Good evening. Thank you. I hate these things. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I wasn't born on Nantucket. I live in Sconset. I don't think that should be held against me. I've been a seasonal resident for the better part of 25 years and moved here permanently 10 years ago after my husband died. I think this is the second or third time I've applied to the FinCom within the past couple of years. I had previously served on the FinCom back in the day when Phil Bartlett was chair, but only for a short time. I was offered a corporate position that was too good to pass up. I'm completely retired now, so I do have plenty of time. Having been on the FinCom before and seeing how it works, I'd be able to contribute right away. If there was any learning curve, there wouldn't be much of it. There's no chance of me going back to work, so I would serve on it for a fairly good amount of time. However, I personally believe in term limits, and I wouldn't be interested in serving any more than 3 terms. My entire career was basically financial analysis of one sort or another, starting with a bank's training program and ending with a senior position overseeing credit quality for a middle market lending division. In between, I managed my own loan portfolio of, it was anywhere, any given year, between 40 and $50 million, and oversaw a lending group with a total loan portfolio in excess of $1 billion. So I'm comfortable dealing with large amounts of money and making difficult decisions. And as we all know, Nantucket's got some expensive and difficult decisions coming up in the near future. There's going to have to be money spent, and I want to make sure it's wisely spent. In terms of committees and board work, with the exception of FinCom, all my committee and board work has been not-for-profit, usually in a financial management, strategic planning role with a fair amount of fundraising too. I like committee work. I've always liked it. I like the collaborative nature of it. And I'm always respectful of differing viewpoints. And I think differences on a board committee often lead to better decisions being made. I've always taken this type of work seriously. I'm a hard worker, and quite frankly, I'm very good at it. I just want to make a correction. I misanswered the first part of the application's last correction. I left out that I'm a member of several organizations on the island. Historical Association, Sconset Civic Association, Sconset Trust, Mariah Mitchell, Nantucket Shellfish, Nantucket Shipwreck and Life-Saving Museum, and I'm also on the advisory committee there. I can't see that any of these would cause any conflict, but if they did, I would simply recuse myself. Any questions?
Thank you, Kit.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're going to be voting for 1, please. Okay, Ben Repper, no votes. Howard Matz received votes from Mr. DeCosta, Mr. Fee, Ms. Moore, and Ms. Veith. And Kit Murphy received a vote from Chair Hill. Howard Matz is the new Finance Committee member. Next is the Affordable Housing Trust, 1 seat available and 2 applicants, Forrest Bell and Ray DeCosta. I know Forrest is here. If you want to speak on behalf of your application, you have to go to the mic, please.
Good evening. I'm here seeking actually reappointment to the Affordable Housing Trust. First, let me address why I'm part of the second batch rather than the first batch, and that was an oversight on my part. I actually did get in my paperwork on May 8th. I was about 60 minutes late. So therefore, I'm in the second batch entirely on me. And now to get into the reasons I would like to be reappointed. This issue is very, very personal to me. Having been a member of the Nantucket community for 20 plus years and also a beneficiary of an affordable housing program, I think I bring a unique perspective to the trust in that I was a recipient of an affordable home. Not only that, over the course of the past couple years, I've really seen the importance of the work that the trust, in fact, does. Not just for affordable housing, but also attainable housing, because the trust has really tried hard to address the issues facing what I've heard many colleagues refer to as the missing middle. And then also as a teacher, I see colleagues constantly leaving the island, and the number one issue is the lack of affordable housing. So for those reasons, I would like to be reappointed. And my last point I'd like to make is that I'm a true believer in paying back what the universe, in fact, or the Nantucket community has done for me. So, which is why I want to serve on the trust in order to help other Nantucket families find stable housing, which is so important for the community. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Forrest. And I don't think Ray is here or online. So you're going to be voting for 1, and Mr. DeCosta has recused. Okay, Forrest Bell has received votes from Chair Hill, Mr. Fee, and Ms. Moore. Ray DeCosta received a vote from Ms. Veith. Forrest Bell is reappointed. Thank you. I will note that we now have 3 seats available out of all our 40-odd committees. Cannabis Advisory Committee is still seeking one individual. Council on Aging still has 1 available seat, and the Town Scholarship Committee also has 1 available seat. We will update the information online. And I think we'll just kind of have a rolling ad going online about the openings, and if we get applicants, we'll bring them before you.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone who applied. And congratulations to everyone who is now a new committee member.
Through
Jill?
the chair, so we're gonna, but there will be a couple more seats that'll come up now as a result of this, right?
Like what?
Planning
Well,
board
Howard is a
alternate.
planning board alternate, and he had a seat on Capcom, and now he's on FinCom. So he can't be on the other committees.
Okay, so we will add those on.
There we go.
Thanks. And just a reminder to anyone that was appointed tonight, before you do any type of service, you need to go to the town clerk's office and get sworn in. And Deb Gudemon will be in touch with you about all the requirements that you need to fulfill. Thank you.
Can I just? I want to say to Mr. Reppert and to Ray DeCosta, Sometimes these are hard decisions, and when we have new people apply, we're particularly FinCom, like having experience in town government and so forth is really important to some of these committees. So I appreciate your stepping up, joining the agricultural committee, starting somewhere, and don't not reapply. Um, I'm thrilled we have multiple applicants for different seats. It's a great thing. And I don't want people to feel discouraged if they don't get appointed first rounds, even second round sometimes with some of these committees that I believe require a little more in-depth experience in town government. So thanks for stepping up.
Okay. I see Dylan coming up for Affordable Housing Trust Fund quarterly update.
Just give me one sec. Okay, the clicker should work.
All right. Thanks, Erica. Dylan Metchimpel, the town's Deputy Housing Director. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting the Affordable Housing Trust quarterly update to the Select Board for Q2. So that's from April to July, give or take some things that happened on the shoulders of those months. And thank you very much for having us.
Is it not working? I tested it.
Right. Oh, there we go. Did you
It
do
was
that?
me.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Erica. So just a quick overview, going to talk, of course, about Affordable Housing Trust updates, go over our current development projects and programs and initiatives, before giving a brief status update on the subsidized housing inventory list, talking a bit about our work on advocacy, particularly at the state level, and then, of course, opening up for questions. Erica, if you don't mind going to the next one, thank you. So like I said, to begin, just some Affordable Housing Trust updates. Next slide, please, Erica. So the big update, we have now relocated to 5B. It should say we've recently learned we're 5B Windy Way. So that's where the new housing department office is located. We're no longer down at 16 Broad Street. So if you need to find us in person, that's where we are. For the summer, we welcomed Addie Braun as our housing department intern. She's been helping out on a lot of critical projects that she will be presenting on Monday, the 10th, and then she'll be presenting them at the trust in September. We also, the newest member of the trust is John Wise. He was appointed back in July, and as just happened, you appointed the 7th member, Forrest Bell. And we'd like to thank Chantal Blaise Murphy for her many years of service to the Affordable Housing Trust. She stepped down this past cycle. Next slide, please. So now I'll go over some of the development projects. Next slide, thank you. So to start with, 158 Nantucket Road, this is a collaboration between the Housing Department, the Affordable Housing Trust, and the Nantucket Land Bank. We have successfully relocated the 3 units from 41 Jefferson Avenue to 158 Nantucket Road, where they're currently on cribbing, and over the next few months, they're going to be reconstructed and finalized to create 3 missing middle home ownership opportunities. So 2 of them are going to be attainable units, meaning that they're restricted at 150% area median income, and one will be a quote market rate unit, which will be sold at 250% area median income. They are on track for substantial completion come spring, September 2027. And the invitation for bids for the design will be going out within the next week. Next slide, please. Tacoma Green. So just to start, as Christy noted at the beginning of the select board meeting, the lottery is going to be open in November, which it's hard to believe that's just about 90 days out. So people who are interested in following along on the construction updates and staying up to date on when the lottery is open should sign up at tacomagreen.com to stay informed. And of course, you can follow our housing department newsletter, which will provide updates too. But just as an overview of the project, this is located right next to where we are now at 6 Fairgrounds Road and 4-Way Drive. It in total is 64 rental units. All of them are on the subsidized housing inventory list. 55 of the units are restricted between 30% and 120% area median income. 9 are market rate units. And as you can see in the picture, site work and vertical construction are underway and on schedule for substantial completion come May 2027. And we are collaborating with the developers to come up with some building names rooted in the site's history as a former fairgrounds. No, sorry. Habitat for Humanity in Nantucket. So we have the Affordable Housing Trust has 2 active projects with Habitat going on right now. Stephen Morey and Jennifer Costanzo from Habitat actually joined the Affordable Housing Trust meeting this past Tuesday on August 4th and provided an update. So that's available to view online if you're interested. But the Waite Drive project is progressing efficiently and very close to being done. They actually said that they were going to be coming. There was $4 million from the trust allocated for this project, and Stephen reported that they would be completing the project under the $4 million. And families are starting to move in. Over at 20 Nancy Ann Lane, the more recent project, Planning Board approved the special permit. It's going to be 4 2-bedroom homes, all of which will be subsidized housing inventory list eligible. And just to give you a little bit of a timeline for that, in November, they will be submitting the local action unit application to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. And they plan to open the 60-day marketing period in February. So between February and April, they're planning to hold the lottery in late April. And then they plan to have a groundbreaking in early 2027 with construction completion and occupancy by the end of that year. Next slide, please, Erica. 18 to 26 Sparks Avenue. You might sometimes hear this referred to as New Downtown. As a reminder, it's 32 total rental units. 15 of them are already on the SHI list. The remaining 17 will be added once the building permits are pulled. And Building B is fully framed and closed with interior rough-ins nearing completion. And Building A, they're about to move on to that phase. The foundation structural materials have been delivered. Next slide, please, Erica. So Orange Street and Bartlett Road, this is a workforce housing development that will be home to 40 total units across 135 and 137 Orange Street and 12 and 12R Bartlett Road. The request for proposals to this was awarded to Affirmative Investments, and we are currently working through them to get this to the next step. As you can see, we're targeting a planning board submission by the beginning of 2027. Next slide, please. Just a quick update on the closing cost assistance. As a reminder, this is a forgivable loan of up to $15,000 to provide support to homeowners in purchasing their homes, and the closing costs associated with that. In this year, we've had 7 total people awarded so far, and there were 3 in Q2. But this has been a very impactful program. More than 100 folks have been awarded this over the lifespan of its existence. Next slide, please. So switching away from specific development projects, just talking about some programs and initiatives. The housing production plan is nearing completion. Just as a reminder, this plan identifies affordable housing needs through a state regulated plan. It is required by the state for certification for safe harbor under Chapter 40D. So to retain local zoning control, it is required. It's a plan that is required to be updated every 5 years. We've done a bunch of work on it, but the draft plan is complete and being reviewed, as you know. The Affordable Housing Trust voted to endorse the plan on Tuesday at their August 4th meeting, and we will be returning with Barrett Planning to Planning Board on August 10th for their adoption of the plan, and then to the Select Board on the 19th for your adoption of the plan. And if all goes well, we will be submitting to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities by the end of this month or early next month. Next slide, please, Erica. And the full draft plan is available for folks to read at the link on this website. So it's available in the packet. Next slide, please. Okay, so the rental preservation program. So this was just awarded to Placemate, the program administrator. That's the contract that you approved tonight. As a reminder, it's designed to support property owners with existing year-round leases, so it stabilizes the current year-round market. We are working now with Placemate to really get the program stood up, the preliminary interest application, the website, and then what the process will actually look like once folks have submitted their interest. Just to say for folks here, unlike Lease to Locals, which is sort of its sibling program or short-term rental conversion, this program is not rolling. So it's not first come, first serve. There will be an open application period, about 30 to 45 days, hopefully beginning either mid this month or around September 1st. And then Placemate will review the applications and has a system for prioritizing them, including things like the main one is affordability. And as you can see, shows the tiered incentive structure. So it's organized to have the heavier payments on the back end to encourage remaining in the program for all 3 years and really stabilizing the program. Okay, next slide, please, Erica. And this, oh, I should say, this is so the town has a homepage for the rental preservation program. You can scan the QR. Oh my gosh, sorry. You can scan the QR code to get to that page, and then you can fill out the interest form, and we'll follow up with you to let you know once the application goes live there. And just to clarify, so the rental preservation program is sort of like the generic name. Now that it's been awarded to Placemate, you're going to start seeing it marketed as Rooted Renters, which is their name for the program. So they're interchangeable. Next slide, please. So I want to go over lease to locals. As I mentioned, lease to locals is the short-term rental or underutilized space conversion program. So it incentivizes homeowners who have a short-term rental or a space that's not currently being used to convert it to a new year-round rental. And depending on the size of the unit and the number of tenants, you can receive up to $47,250 over the course of 3 years. The trust and the select board approved a year 3 of funding back in December for $550,000. This is the updated budget. So just to go through it kind of at a high level quickly, of that $550,000, there have been 4 units, $18,000 total from year 1 of the program who have renewed for year 3. For year 2 first time applicants, there have been 7 properties that have renewed for the second year of the program. And we have 2 new year 3 properties that have joined. So we are seeing a bit of a tapering here, and we're talking very actively with Placemate about, is this a lack of outreach, or have we reached market saturation where we've basically gone as far as we can, and what's the next step for this program if we discover that's the case? So we did a big marketing push for Q3, and we're waiting to see those results and make a decision from there. But I do just want to emphasize that the remaining incentives to allocate the little less than $450,000 is the trust money. It's not sent out until there's a qualified applicant. So if that money is not used, it remains the trust's to be utilized for other programs. Next slide, please. The housing department and the trust partnered with the Boston Society for Architecture on an adaptive reuse guidebook. It explores interesting ways that the Cape and Islands can use adaptive reuse to support housing. There's a specific case study from housing, and they did a really good job. And I just wanted to call it out here and say you can access it online, and they will be present at Remains Reuse Fair on September 19th, so you can learn more about it there. Next slide, please. So now just to briefly touch on the subsidized housing inventory. So since we're currently at 8.28% of our 10% goal. That's 512 units total. As a reminder, this is the list that determines whether or not, once you're at 10%, you retain local control under Chapter 40B, as long as you're making steady progress, defined as 0.5% or 1% towards that goal per year. You remain in what's called safe harbor, so maintaining that local control. As I mentioned earlier, under the Sparks Avenue project, 15 of those units have been added, and the remaining 17 will be added. So by the end of this year, we'll be up to 529 units, or 8.5%. And based on that progress, we're currently in safe harbor through December 10th, 2027. Next slide, please. This might be a little bit hard to see for folks sitting, but this is the overview of our plan for how we will get to the 10% and retain safe harbor. I won't go into it in too much detail, but under 2026, you'll see, okay, we'll get to 529 units, so about 8.5%. We'll add 44 units in 2027 to get to 9.27%. Our plan is to add an additional 19 in 2028 to get to 9.5%, and then by 2029, we'll hopefully break through to that 10% goal. Next slide, please. Next slide. The housing department had the privilege of leading a group of 8th grade students from Cyrus Pierce Middle up to the State House for a tour and a meeting with Senator Sear and Representative Moakley. They did discuss housing challenges, but they were very interested in the social media or the iPhone ban at the school. So they got to talk about an array of things while sitting in the Senate chambers. So that was a very exciting and impactful day. Meant a lot to us to be able to do that. And we hope to we've done this in the past, and we're going to really work on making it an annual tradition. Next slide, please. That's wrong. Next slide. But there should be slides, but I can just sort of talk. Oh, there we go. Okay. So go through quickly just some updates on our transfer fee advocacy work. The Committee on Revenue did report out favorably on Nantucket's home rule petition. It's currently been referred to the Committee on Housing Steering Policy and Scheduling. Just as a reminder, the local option transfer fee would be a 0.5% on sales over $2 million to be dedicated specifically to affordable housing. That way we would take some of the burden off of the local taxpayers with this additional revenue. As you can see in the picture, Island leaders, including Housing Director Christy Ferrantella, testified in front of the Joint Committee on Economic Development and Emerging Technologies for the addition of the transfer fee to the Mass Winds Act. I am disappointed to share, though, that the Mass Winds Act was amended without the addition of the transfer fee, but we're continuing to push on getting this through for Nantucket. Next slide, please. So another way that the transfer fee could potentially come to us is through Seasonal Communities 2.0, which is a bill that's designed to create legislative and technical fixes to the seasonal communities designation that Nantucket opted into through the Affordable Homes Act of 2024. Just as a quick overview, some of the things that if passed, may provide Nantucket with is an expansion of who can be served by housing funds beyond just municipal employees. So that would include other essential workers, including home healthcare workers, EMTs, first responders, child care providers, and even nonprofit employees. It would allow potentially for residency and workforce-based preference for year-round restricted units. The addition of the transfer fee with exemptions for first-time home buyers and affordable properties. It would help with some of the things we've talked about tonight in terms of the challenges of procurement in the world of affordable housing, and technical fixes to make the administration of both an affordable housing trust and a year-round housing trust easier, as well as new tools for zoning. So that's it. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Nantucket Mattocket Harbor's Action Plan Update Committee Review and Request for Acceptance of the Nantucket and Mattocket Harbor's Action Plan.
Let our group's leader go first.
And I will just advance your slides since clearly our thing isn't working.
We're just waiting for our chair to come say some words.
Didn't know I was starting. We have the presenters here. We've spent 3 years working on this harbor, and we had a lot of the different department heads that were going to be affected. We've talked extensively with Sheila Lucy and other boards. We've tried to incorporate everything we could possibly think of that has changed since we did the previous one many years ago. We had a very dedicated group of people that participated in this, and we couldn't have done it without that group. Phil is here. I think, is Emily back there? Emily Molden's back there. Oh, and Tara. And we've had a really rousing, very detailed discussion every single month that we met, and we couldn't have done it without Kimberly. So I just want to thank Jeff and Kim and her crew and the rest of the board members for participating, because we've been very diligent about this. I mean, we really had our nose to the grindstone and went through every single sentence and every single section, and then all the supporting documentation. It wasn't just a fly-by-night thing. We spent a lot of time granularly going through this report. Been up to the 2 times a month, yeah. And it's been up to the state twice, and I believe it's been cleared by the state. They had some questions after the first time it went up, and it took several months to hear back from them. And then the second time we sent it up there, they seemed to be very happy with what we've done. So we'd appreciate it if you would support it and vote in favor of it. But I just want to add a caveat. The last time we did this, I was on the last one 2 years ago. We had to institute a implementation committee after that was approved to try to further the goals and objectives of the plan itself. And I don't believe maybe one person from us was on the implementation committee. So there was a big disjoint between the two entities. So if you do want to do an implementation group, I think some of us will apply to be on it. So there is some continuity and you have the history as to why we suggested certain things. So thank you very much.
Sure, I'll go next. All right, I think we can take the next slide, Erica, if our thing isn't working. No. So I know Linda introduced this to us. These were the committee members that were here, but to back up a step, and I know we'll talk about it a little bit more. This was an update to the 2009 plan. I know we're a little bit behind. We had just kind of started down the path of doing the update in 2020. COVID hit and kind of derailed us for a couple years. One of the lucky things that came to be kind of right after we got started again, we were able to bring back Urban Harbors Institute, who will be handling most of the presentation tonight. As someone who brought continuity from the 2009 plan to this current plan, early on in the process, there's a real big focus on public engagement and outreach. We had events everywhere from the Nantucket Hotel to this very room. We did a large public survey, and when that was completed at that time, in our words from Coastal Zone Management, it was one of the most well responded to surveys for all harbor plans within the Commonwealth. And I really feel like the committee put some good time, energy, and effort into bringing people in, like Linda had said. But with that, I'll turn it over to Kim, who will kind of walk us through the plan and some of the updates and hopefully what we'll talk about for action later in the presentation.
All right. So, just wanted to note, so the list that you all had looked at, those were the committee members. We have stars next to some of them where the term had ended during the process, but just want to thank all of the committee members for their help and obviously Jeff and Tara. Next slide. So just an overview here of what I'll be talking about. First, I'll talk about the purpose of the plan, the obligations, its development process, a very brief overview of the plan. I know you all received it, I believe, last week. So hopefully you had a chance to review it. I know it was long. So talk a little bit about the plan and the different topic areas, and then moving into implementation and funding. All right. So first of all, why are we here? We are asking you all to ideally adopt the plan. We have prepared it. The committee has prepared it. And right now, we are looking for you all to adopt it so that then we can submit the plan to EOEEA for the purposes of state review and approval. So they have reviewed it a couple times already. They went through to make sure that it was ready enough for you guys to review and adopt it. And that hopefully will make the process of them receiving it and approving it more smooth. Next slide. All right, so just a little bit on the purpose of the plan. You can see the planning area, which is on the left-handed side. And so that included Nantucket Harbor, Mattocket Harbor, Tuckernuck, and Muskeget. For the purposes of this plan, the big thing was really to engage the public, engage stakeholders in the development. As Jeff said, we had a lot of events and a lot of public input opportunities. The purpose of the plan generally is to establish a shared vision for the waterways. So we wanted to talk to the public, talk to all the stakeholders about what they wanted to see in their waterways, on their waterfront, in their harbors, and make sure that that was written very clearly so that then recommendations could move forward to implement that shared vision. Really, the plan is meant to guide future management and then future investment, and also help guide Chapter 91 decisions, which would be happening up at the state. Also to address key waterfront issues, including boating, navigation, fishing, water quality, and I'll talk about those topic areas in a minute. And then also just to make sure that this plan coordinates with all the other existing plans. You guys have a lot of plans here, which is a really great thing, and wanted to make sure that this plan coordinated with all those. Next slide. Okay, in terms of plan obligations, the big things are we wanted to make sure the plan remained consistent with state programs and policies. For example, continuing to prioritize water-dependent uses in the Harbor Overlay District. Also wanted to make sure that the plan was engaging with the Department of Environmental Protection relative to the Chapter 91 licenses, both existing licenses and then what's proposed in the future. And then also to update the plan, the MHP is the Municipal Harbor Plan, prior to its expiration date, if the town desires its plan to continue as a state-approved plan. Plans last 10 years, so wanting to make sure that, you know, the next plan would be put in place before the ending. Next slide. Here's just a kind of crazy looking slide that shows the plan development process. The blue little boxes are the public input opportunity moments. And so you can see just from the left to the right is the whole process of what we went through. The committee meetings happened about twice a month. As Jeff said, you know, we had over 500 people participate in the survey. We also had over 300 people at these public meetings. We also did a lot of research, had a lot of interviews. And so right now we are all the way over at the right-handed side. So looking for town approval, then move into state approval, which would involve a public hearing, and then move into implementation. Next slide. Okay, brief overview of the plan. On the right-hand side, you can see the cover of the plan. And so I'll talk about these different topic areas briefly: water quality, natural resources, public access, fishing, commercial waterfronts, boating and navigation, coastal resilience, and then administration and coordination. All right, water quality. Generally, the main purpose of this section was to reduce nitrogen pollution, stormwater runoff, improve septic and fertilizer management, expand on water quality monitoring and research, increase education related to water quality, and increase community science, and then also to protect the natural resources that are so important to this island, like shellfish, eelgrass, and other ecosystems. And just as one example of the various recommendations that were in the plan related to water quality, one example, just so you kind of understand what we're talking about, is to provide education for boat owners on water quality issues and the no discharge area. So that's just one example of many other recommendations in this section. Next slide. Natural resources, obviously incredibly important to Nantucket, and looking to protect those natural resources like eelgrass, salt marshes, barrier beaches. Also restore habitats and manage invasive species. Sorry that there should be an extra bullet there that somehow disappeared. But, and then the next bullet would have been improving monitoring, research, and environmental education, and then enhancing biodiversity and climate resilience. And as an example, the state does have a robust monitoring and awareness program. So building off of what the state has and developing that kind of program for Nantucket that allows for early detection and response to invasive species as they can spread very quickly. Next slide. Public access, also very important to Nantucket, and looking to protect and enhance public shoreline access. Also looking to improve waterfront facilities and accessibility. That was something that was really big that came up with, was making sure everybody was able to access these different public access points. Expand signage and public awareness of access opportunities was also a big thing. So an example would be to update and then distribute the comprehensive public access guides. Next slide. Commercial and recreational fishing. I will say I took that picture on the right. I went out on a charter fishing boat trip and we caught a lot of stripers, which was really fun. But so the main purpose of this section would be to protect working waterfronts and water-dependent infrastructure, restore and protect shellfish habitat, support fisheries research, and then long-term sustainability, and then strengthen the coordination among fishermen, managers, and agencies. And an example would be to conduct regular reviews and then updates to the Shellfish Management Plan. The Shellfish Management Plan was a recommendation that came out of the 2009 plan, and it was, I think, published in 2013. So looking to do an update to that. Next slide. Commercial waterfronts, looking to make sure the plan is saying, you know, you got to preserve space for those water dependent businesses, also improve access to marine services and fuel. Fuel is a big thing that came up. Maintaining the commercial waterfront facilities and encouraging just general investment in the maritime economy. And an example would be to continue to prioritize water dependent uses in the Harbor Overlay District. Next slide. Boating and navigation. Improve the navigation and safety in the harbor and its general harbor operations. As the example there is to maintain and expand the use of navigational aids to mark the channels. Specifically, it was noted that there was a need for more channel and navigation aids between Nantucket Harbor and Pulpus Harbor. Also enhancing mooring management and dredging, strengthening emergency preparedness, and then balancing boating access with environmental protection. Next slide. Coastal resilience. I know you guys have done a lot of work on coastal resilience, so we met quite a bit with CRAC to talk about what might need to go into this plan. And we did build off of the information that was in the CRP, but generally preparing for sea level rise, flooding, protecting critical infrastructure. These are all things you guys know, restoring natural coastal features, and then pursuing resilience funding and implementing adaptation strategies. Next slide. And then administration and coordination, you know, some general recommendations came out of just strengthening collaboration among different partners, tracking the implementation progress of the plan, ideally having an implementation committee that then gets together and can track the implementation progress like happened with the 2009 plan, and then pursuing just grant funding for all of these recommendations. I know with these recommendations, often you need funds to do them. And then updating regulations and maintaining public engagement. And a big thing that came out of this after meeting with Mass DEP was the need and desire to have Mass DEP meet with the town on a biannual basis, so twice a year, to review and discuss any non-compliance with Chapter 91 license conditions and then any appropriate actions. Next slide. Implementation, again, as we noted, establish a harbor plan implementation committee, continue collaboration and public involvement, as this was a big community-led process, and securing funding for priority projects. Something the implementation committee will need to do is look at all the recommendations and prioritize them. And this was something we did for the eelgrass management plan. Look at the recommendations, figure out what could be done easily, what might take longer to do, figure out where is there funding to do the projects. And some of the projects don't require funding, so some of those could be low-hanging fruit. So it's important to kind of go through that prioritization process and then implement recommendations over time as the funding, the science, and conditions evolve. Okay, next slide. So, you know, I'm sure you're all thinking, how are you going to do all these recommendations? Some options for funding. Seaport Economic Council will often fund a number of the types of projects we recommended, including just waterfront infrastructure projects and economic development. There's always town and state funding that becomes available. The Massachusetts Eco One Stop has a number of opportunities that you can apply for around coastal resilience. And then Massachusetts Department of Ecological Restoration will fund projects related to habitat restoration. The State Revolving Fund will fund some projects related to wastewater. And then the Army Corps of Engineers often funds dredging projects. So different funding options. As I noted, you know, not all of these recommendations do require funding, but some of them do, and these are options. Next slide. And just a note, you know, just because these recommendations are in the plan, it doesn't mean that, you know, that the steps need to be made to put them into progress. And we did highlight, you know, the responsible parties and participating parties who all reviewed this plan and made edits and, you know, said, yes, we will be one of the responsible parties or the participating parties. And so then next steps here, you know, ideally municipal adoption. So saying, yes, we will move this plan then up to the state and have the state review it and approve it. And, you know, there'll be information about a state organized public hearing. Sometimes those happen on Zoom, so maybe you could participate through Zoom. And then generally, you know, once the plan goes back up to the state, they may have some comments. And so we would have to review and address those comments from the state and then hopefully finalize the plan. And then next slide, I think that's it. Yes, that's all. So yeah, wanted to open the floor. I don't know, Jeff, if you want to say anything else, or Linda or anybody else from the committee, but yeah.
I think we're happy to take any questions. I know it's a lot to take in and
Yes.
the plan's pretty long.
You want to go first?
Page 123.
Sure.
There's a, I don't know if you want to pull it up or not, but it's the variety of boating facilities offer a range of services for public and private. These facilities are available with some of the amenities listed on table 4, and table 4 is incorrect. I'd like to make sure it gets corrected before it goes to the state, because it says the Great Harbor has fuel and they do not.
No.
They are supposed to have fuel under their Chapter 91 license, and I want to make sure that it doesn't say that they do. So I want that fixed before that, and we're going to approve it, okay? So that's a big, big contention in the town, at least on the waterfront. And so far, we have not made any headway. So
I'll just add to that really quickly, Mr. DaCosta. That specific permit was really part of the impetus with us discussing with DEP, with having that review every 6 months on all Chapter 91 licenses, to make sure that situations that get contentious like that don't occur in the future.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, that's one of the great things about the plan. I just want to make sure that when it goes to the state doesn't think that they do have fuel, because it is listed as yes in there. So
Perfect. We'll make sure that gets corrected.
I wanted to know, and this is the first time I've read one of these plans, so
Sure.
forgive my ignorance. Did the data you use?
Sorry, Jill. When you speak, can you speak more into your mic? When
Yeah,
you
the
look
data
that way?
Okay, the data that you used for the water quality, was some of that older data, or is that just when you were doing, it looked like it was from 2021?
Do you want to start with that, and then I'll fill in?
I do believe, sorry. I do believe some of it was older. I'm not sure if we have more updated data since when we were developing that section, and that's something we can look into. We started developing these sections in 2024, so there might be something that's a little more updated at this point. And we definitely can talk to Emily and just make sure we have the most recent data in there.
Yeah, I know that Jeff had the baseline environmental research data that he was starting, but I don't think it started at
No,
that point
so-
either. So that's why I was asking.
So our water quality program, with the exception of 2011, has been pretty continuous since the early 2000s, that we've done with SMAST and UMass Dartmouth, where we're looking at those parameters. So we have that continuous data set that runs from, and I'll get the starting date wrong because I wasn't with the town at the time, with right around 2000, 2001. With this current set, there was a year in 2011 where we changed contractors for various reasons, and then we switched back to SMAST, and it's been continuous ever since. So the baseline data program that exists currently does contain SMAST current contract, as well as the secondary contracts that we have with Cooper Marine to do our spring and fall eelgrass, bay scallop, and whelk surveys that we primarily conduct. And those have been continuous since, Terry, when did we do the first one for those? 2019. So we're getting a pretty robust data set on both of those. But as these plans evolve and develop, we are continually collecting data. And one thing that we really like about our data too is all of our water quality data is available for anyone through our water quality viewer, our WQAV program. So anyone that wants the raw data for 2000 to 2026, it's all publicly available for anyone to use and manipulate and play around with and find what they're looking for.
And I guess on implementation, is there sort of an estimate for what kind of money that you're going to ask for? And are we going to see that at the capital work group next week?
So it's a little TBD for that. The harbor plan, I tend to find more so than some of our other plans like coastal resiliency, which has very set projects. The harbor plan tends to have goals that are, I think, somewhat more guiding or aspirational for other events. There are definitely projects that are mentioned, but I think, you know, goals that are similar to encouraging, preserving waterfront, working waterfront uses, or finding a way to do that is more of a, let's find ways to incentivize people in that harbor overlay district instead of using one use to be part of the working waterfront. And how do we find ways to get better access, safer access, more resources for our boating and our fishing communities, and keep the history of Nantucket's waterfront part of being a working waterfront? How do we do that? So it's a little bit more of a planning effort in that degree. And if a specific project comes up, obviously it's something that the implementation committee will have to work with the responsible party to determine what that's going to look like, whether that's a grant funded project, if it's something that at some point needs to be considered for future addition to the capital improvement plan. But I think those projects are a bit away from this plan. Yep, education. I think all of us have heard the charge loud and clear that are involved with the plan or departments that we all need to be doing more education. And I think even since the start of this plan, even the town itself has really ramped up by, you know, kind of fleshing out the comms department and people that are there. The town's doing a lot more. So I think those are all things that can be kind of wrapped into operational expenses and things that already exist without creating a huge new burden of cost for our departments.
I was really impressed with the amount of participation you had. I don't think I've seen that in another survey, and all the groups, and I mean, you had so many different people. That really struck out at me as well. So thank you.
I think there's one thing we can all agree. We all love the water here and being in and around it. This is probably why we're all here.
Anybody else?
This is a perfect example of a situation that I talked about earlier where we're being presented a plan that we're just, for me, it's not a big deal because I've been involved in this since the beginning through being on CHAB and also being someone who works on the waterfront. But it's concerning to me sometimes when I get one of these plans and I don't know anything about it. This one I'm more than comfortable to approve, but you know, it's 120 something pages. Now, this one, I have pretty much gone through every page in it before we even got it. So I already know most of it. That's how I picked up that little thing in the table. But, you know, sometimes some of these things go through and we don't see it, or it has underlying consequences later on. So I just, for me, I want to be a little more cautious of just rubber stamping these in the future. But that being said, I'd make a motion to approve this one because I firmly believe this one is good. So
With the one change.
with the one change.
And also part of the motion would be and to
Send it to the
send
state.
it to the state.
And send it to the state for approval.
And while you guys are voting, we will get an amended copy back to everybody with that correction.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate my thanks to everyone who served on this committee. Yeoman's work over a long period of time. Thank you all.
Okay, next up, we have town administration, housing, real estate, review, reuse options for 77 Bartlett Road houses. And
Madam
we may
Chair,
make a vote.
I would just wanted to give a quick introduction of this item. We have Kevin Manuel here, our project manager. He's going to take us through this presentation. And just to remind the board, 77 Bartlett Road is a property that the town purchased for a sewer pump station in connection with the Somerset Sewer Extension Project. It has 2 dwellings on it. Neither of them are usable because they are both connected to a failed septic system, which cannot be repaired. It would have to be replaced. And we have spent an extensive amount of time trying to figure out if we can connect to sewer, install new septic system or systems, what we're going to use the houses for, could they be moved, and on and on. So Kevin is going to take us through that analysis and in a briefish way and review our recommendations. But happy to answer questions because he has probably spent the most time on this of anybody.
I have, yeah. Good evening, Kevin Manuel, Town's Projects Manager. So as Libby said, this particular project has been a long time coming. Some members of the board may recall that we came to you last year in May asking for you to consider approving the purchase of this property in support of the Somerset project. Now, at that time, there were a couple of factors that needed to be determined as to how we could move forward with using this property. Over the last year, I'm proud to say that we were able to figure out those factors, and I think we have a lot of options that we put on the table that made sense both from a cost perspective, but also more importantly, getting these houses ready to be used, so not just sitting dormant. Next slide, Erica. So as we said, this is a follow-up to that meeting. I'll review some of the facts from last year when we talked about this initially. And then at the end, Christy's going to come up and speak to housing's plan and recommendation for moving forward with the property. Next slide. So to recap, on May 14th, we came to the board initially to ask for your approval to execute a P&S agreement with the owner of 77 Bartlett Road. This had been a property that came available, and since 2014, it was actually the CWMP that had stated that this area of the needs area neighborhood was ideal or the most advantageous location to locate the new pumping station that with the Somerset project would be constructed to service that needs area. So working through our real estate office with Tracy, we were able to negotiate a sale price of $2.7 million for the purchase of the property. And that funding came from an article at 2024 town meeting that was passed in support of the Somerset project. And then in December of this past year, we were able to close and housing officially took possession of the property. Now to recap, for those who were not on the board at the time, the property itself does contain 2 single-family structures. We have a main house, which is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, just under 2,000 square feet of livable space, and then a guest house or a cottage, which is smaller, 2 bedrooms, 2-bath, just over 1,200 square feet. And as Libby mentioned, the biggest constraint at the time and the biggest issue we knew at the time of purchase was that the septic system had failed. And so knowing that we were going to be moving forward with this, we had to look at options, either replacing the system, connecting it to the sewer line via a temporary connection until the Somerset project went underway, or with approval from the Department of Health, looking at an appropriate pump out schedule, knowing that we would have to provide a clear cutover date once we had the sewer connection set up. Next slide, please. So this is a high-level overview of the property itself. The 2 current existing structures are located on the left side in green, and the proposed pumping station that we are going to be constructing as part of the Somerset project is in red. Now, initially, back when we came to the board, we said that one of the things we had not officially determined yet was whether or not we would have to move or relocate any of the structures currently on the property to fit the new pump station. Not wanting to have to go through with a full relocation of either of the properties because we know the costs associated with that, we worked with our design engineers over the last couple of months, and now that we're at about a 90% design concept, we're able to say that the pump station design, which would be sufficient to not only service this needs area, but has expansion capacity for Hummock North or Hummock South, should the town move forward with that in the coming years, without having to relocate, reposition, or move any of the existing structures on the property. We'll have enough space to have all 3 buildings operating there. Next slide, please. So the last couple of months, town administration, housing, we looked through several different options about what we could do for a reuse of the property. Ultimately, we down selected to the 7 options that are included in your packet with our decision matrix, but they can be grouped into 3 categories. Either keeping the houses there in their current position, fixing them up and using them as workforce housing or temporary housing. We did look at potentially relocating the front house, the smaller of the 2, either for kicking off new development of a town-owned property in Orcoa, or even relocating it and reusing the front house as office space, moving it to a place on Amelia Drive. Next slide, please, Erica. And then the last three options that we looked at from a down select perspective were disposition. Are they going with a private sale and a caveat that the front house be moved or any of the houses be moved, or partnering with any of the nonprofit organizations in town, such as Housing Nantucket or the Affordable Housing Trust? Now, since we knew officially that we did not have to move or reposition any of the houses on the property, it made sense to look more into the first two options of how can we utilize these houses for either workforce or temporary housing and get them up and running and ready for occupancy sooner rather than later. And with that being said, I'm not going to go into too much detail on any of these options. The matrix is in your packet, but there are pros and cons to each of these. There are obviously costs associated with all of them as well. And we did go out to get a quote for having to relocate the front building, excuse me, to any of the properties we were considering. It'd obviously be costly and it'd be time consuming. So with that, I'm going to ask Christy to come up and speak to what housing's final recommendation and proposed path forward is for the two structures.
Thank you, Kevin. Christy Ferrantella, the Municipal Housing Director. After going through all of the options in the matrix, we decided the final recommendation was to retain both houses on the site and designate them for seasonal employees, interns, and commuters / temporary staff. Right now, we have a constraint on these demands, and we thought this would be the best use to keep them on site, being located next to the sewer pump and being able to house employees if they're in between housing, or as we're seeing an increased need over the summer. This provides flexible housing without the cost of having to relocate the existing house to another site. And it also offers convenient access to public transportation for commuting employees or people that are staying nearby. It does require relatively little additional parking, and would have less of an impact on the pump station operation than a year-round occupant. And the cost to rehabilitate is estimated to be between $75,000 and $120,000 for the septic replacement, or $45,000 to $80,000 for a sewer connection. So this would add 2 buildings to the town's facilities inventory, and remains a viable near-term option that we can get up and running. Next slide, please. Mhm.
Is that a permanent sewer connection for that amount, or is that?
That would be a temporary.
That's
It's
the
all right,
temporary.
so that's a temporary, and then when it went down, it would have to be connected. Okay, that explains why they're both there. Thank you.
Next slide, please. All right. So our path forward is this fall, we'd begin updates and minor improvements to the house. Just includes things like painting and general maintenance. In the winter of 2027, we'd be bringing them online as part of our temporary housing inventory. And then in the summer of 2027, we would be able to use it for summer intern housing. The total cost and funding is about $200,000, which would come out of the Hillside Revolving Fund.
So if it's, I don't know why I'm raising my hand. If it's temporary, would there be any rents being recouped?
If there's employees going in, then rents are recouped. And the summer interns, we do charge a weekly fee for the use of town properties during the summer. When it's, people coming in for one night or something, there's no fee.
Madam Chair, why does it need a sprinkler system?
That's the fire code if it's used as a dormitory style housing. So in the summer, if 3 people that are unrelated are living together, it needs a sprinkler.
How many people do we plan on putting in there in each house?
There's a 3-bedroom.
So you're going to have 2 in each bedroom or 1 in each bedroom?
It would be determined by the capacity. We follow everything with the health department, so I don't know that off the top of my head.
Just $120,000. Would we be better off to use it for employee housing that isn't temporary, or that is related? Just $120,000 to put sprinklers in a building. I'm just asking. I'm not saying that's what we should do, but it's not a dorm. It wasn't built as a dorm, it was built as a house. It's not like what we have over here for the lifeguards, where that was specifically built for that. And I'm sure we have plenty of employees that live here year round that need housing. So would we save $120,000 and use it for housing? It's a question.
Yeah, it's something that we've looked at and we felt this was the best use in terms of there being the pump station on the site and the strain to that if it was in use year round.
So I'm trying to get my head around this. If more than 3 unrelated people live in a house, it has to have a sprinkler system. Is that what you're saying?
That is what we have been told.
So
So
that means there's about 10,000 houses on this island that are illegal right now? Because there's plenty of houses where you have more than 3 people living in them that aren't related. We all know that.
this is what we've been doing to work with our town departments to make sure that all of our housing is safe and secure. And this is what
Well,
the
if that's
recommendation
the
of.
case, I would say that we don't use this for temporary seasonal housing, and we use it for year-round housing for a family or an employee that, and save ourselves $120,000.
No, you can go.
I guess when we think about the impact of having year-round, having permanent year-round use of maybe one of the dwellings, is when I looked at the matrix, it felt like the issues at hand were the availability of parking, given that we have to put the pump station on the site, so that limits the amount of parking spaces. And then also the impact on the residents of the pump station. I'd be curious, it feels like that was factored in. I'd like to hear a little bit more about noise and other impacts of living next to a pumps, that proximate to a pump station on a year-round permanent basis. That makes sense.
Sure. So from a parking perspective, we know that we are going to lose at least 2 spaces with the current design, but we've proposed to work with the owner of the house next to it because they currently have a shared driveway to see if we can expand parking options both for that house and for the 2 on our property. As it stands right now, there is enough space in between the 2 structures where we could put parking in between. You would lose a front yard for the back house. But we do anticipate that if we were to go with seasonal summer interns, there's enough public transportation options within the neighborhood where they'd be able to utilize that versus having to bring a car. And I think going back to installing the sprinkler system, it just gives us that flexibility where we could use it for year-round housing today if it was available. But in the future, if we needed more intern housing, I think it's an investment that allows us to then go between, say, a year-long lease versus a short-term lease. I know it's not the smallest investment, but that was kind of the thought process going with this option first, but knowing that we could convert this to long-term housing as well down the road. But in terms of the impact from the pumping station, we don't believe that there would be significant noise or interference towards individuals living there either on a temporary or long-term basis. Because it is smaller than we originally designed it, it's not going to be as overbearing on the property to the 2 houses, and we don't anticipate it being too noisy or problematic.
Yeah, I lived next to the C Street pump station for quite a while at times, and it was fine. I think this is going back in my head 15 years ago or so, and I don't think that 3 unrelated people is a legal way of definition anymore. I believe that you can't tell people families are different now. And I think that I think that is it's written in our code that way. I don't think it's enforceable. So I think I would push back on that. I'd have town council look at it. I'd push back on that a little bit. I think if you could save 120,000 and put 2 or 3 people in there and they're still safe, then I think Bobby's got a very good point there. And so anyway, I would look at that. I understand, and if I understand wanting to put it in, if it truly had, multiple people and different floors and everything else, but you're talking about 2 houses that people are going to jump out the first floor window and they're out the house. I mean, it's sort of, it just seems like a little bit of overkill to me. So I would look into the legal aspect of whether that in fact can be done. So.
Okay, please respond to that. I wouldn't really want to question the fire department telling us we need a sprinkler system and telling them that people can just jump out a window instead of having that. So I also don't want one town agency to be checking legally on another town agency because they don't really think that what they're saying is necessary. I think we are definitely hearing the point of the cost and how many people may or may not be in there. And I think it's hard to answer how many people may or may not be in there. If it's a 3-bedroom house, maybe there could be 2, 4, 6 people in there. If there's room enough in bedrooms for 2 people, we do have a pretty strong need for seasonal housing, even with our dorms and a growing number of seasonal needs and internship needs. If the board is not thinking that we should have seasonal housing there, and I think we have really struggled with this because we obviously have also a very strong need for year-round housing. It just, the property lent itself more with the proximity of the pump station and the houses to this recommendation.
Just quick follow. I support the seasonal aspect of this 100%, Libby. I think that the recommendation is solid. I just think if there's a way to, to legally not do 120,000, that's my point. And I think that that's, but I think the suggestion, the recommendation is solid. So thank you.
I mean, I think we're all just a little bit confused. No one wants to go against a fire department opinion, but any employee housing anywhere on this whole island would be subject to being sprinkled for the most part. I just don't, I guess we're a little bit, do not understand where this regulation has come out of.
I am not surprised by this recommendation, that this requirement. I've faced it in a situation recently and was surprised to learn that it is a requirement and will comply. So.
Oh, no, we had if it's commercial, I had to do the same thing at 79 Orange because we put an apartment in the back. It required it all to be sprinkled. It required it to be fire separation from the cellar all the way through. So we run to there putting blocks in, but it's, so I understand that if it's a mixed use building, et cetera, but I think this is slightly different, but it'd be worth looking into. If you have to do it, you have to do it, but.
I'm sorry, Campbell, go ahead.
Sorry, Campbell Sutton again. I just had one question and one comment. So the septic pump services is the $12,000 annually. That's based on a temporary housing recommendation, correct? So that number would go up if it were for year-round housing, I think. I don't know. He can tell.
Housing department went out and got a quote for service to the 2 properties. So it's not dependent on seasonal or full-time.
It's $1,000 a month.
Capacity of the.
It's $1,000 to pump out 12 months, once a month.
And I do think it's worth considering housing here, just with the houses where they are. It's a good location, bike path, bus, access to land bank property. It's a nice location. So thanks.
Did we get a quote for the sprinkler system, or is that just an estimate? Because
That's a quote for both buildings.
Hi, Amy Eldridge. I'm shocked. I mean, there's hundreds of employee housing situations that are, if they're watching this meeting or watch it next week online, are going to be flipping out that, because in my eyes, if you're got employee housing, that's a commercial use for your business. If it's in a residential neighborhood and you've got 3 unrelated people, that's cost to a lot of businesses here that they didn't realize they have. I mean, unless we just know that that much employee housing is flying under the radar of the fire department. Thank you.
Can we not forget too that the fire code changes? It's regularly updated. I mean, it's not something that's static. So just wanted to put that out there.
We're being held to a higher standard because it's going to be municipal housing. That's the bottom line. I mean, two couples that live together in a cottage or a house together that aren't married technically would have to be sprinkled. I mean, realistically, you'd sprinkle 3/4 of the houses on Nantucket, but because it's a municipal building, the fire department is going to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. That's just the way it is. If we have to sprinkle it to keep it for temporary housing, then so be it. If we're going to go that route, I'd like to see it maximized to the number of people we can get in it. I wouldn't want to spend $120,000 to sprinkle it and then only have 3 people in there, because we wouldn't have to do that if we just said it was only going to be 3. So that's my only concern.
Yeah, I would say it a little differently, Bobby, and it's not, it's that as a municipal owner, we are always going to cross our T's and dot our I's, and we're never going to try to skirt around requirement. I don't know that the fire department's holding us to a higher standard, but we went to the trouble to ask the question when a lot of property owners may not, because we are, we're holding ourselves to a higher standard, I guess is what I'm saying.
Can I? Do you have any concerns with summer interns? Because you said intern. Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons I thought that we built the dorm is so that everyone's together and there's more oversight. And so if you have that on Bartlett Road, where's sort of the oversight for the summer intern program or whatever the use is that you've identified?
Being if any other department heads are here. So the 2 dorms that we have mainly right now are occupied by lifeguards and CSOs. That's just 2 departments that need summer staff. We've seen an increasing demand for the sewer department, waste management, that Charles? Stormwater, thank you. And from Natural Resources Department. So we've been able to use previous lifeguard housing now that they have their dorm to occupy some of those needs. But as those grow, this is where we thought we could use these for some of those growing needs. We would obviously have the same regulations and restrictions that all of our guidelines on how to utilize the summer housing. We'd have an appointed RA, and we have our property manager to help assist with anything.
One last question. Would we restrict them to say no vehicles?
We absolutely can put things into our license agreements. We have that at the Lorraine station that we encourage people not to bring cars. Same with the Wait Drive dorm. We encourage summer staff to use bicycles and public transportation.
Just thinking if we're going to put 6 people in each house and there's not 12 parking spaces there, so.
Absolutely.
So I guess what my question is, what do you need from us? Do you want us to give you? Yeah.
It's kind of twofold. We wanted to just close the loop on this agenda item from last year since we didn't have a definite plan or path forward for the reuse option. More asking for your concurrence and support that this is the most advantageous plan today to move forward with. Not so much a vote, I guess.
And do you have a funding source?
Yes, the Hillside Revolving Fund has been identified to support either the installation of sprinkler system, septic pump out services, and general maintenance.
So I'm going to move that we accept the recommended path forward with the 77 Bartlett Road property.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Bloom Bar and Cafe. Request for outdoor seating.
Thank you. Amy Baxter, Licensing Administrator. Thank you for accepting this on the meeting outside of our usual licensing. It was somewhat timely. This is a application for some outdoor dining for a new establishment at 9 South Water, Bloom Bar and Cafe. They were recently approved this spring. for a transfer from Asogi Noodles. I'll just briefly go over some of the history and then let the applicant speak to his application. This location that was previously Sogi Noodles, and before that, the Beat during the pandemic. We did approve sidewalk dining during the pandemic at this location alongside of the building. Somewhere in the middle of the pandemic, I was notified by an attorney for 14 Easy Street that that was indeed a Chapter 91 license that we just talked about in another hearing. So this is a Chapter 91 license. At the time, the owners that do have a say in anything that approaches that path, the public path in that license, requested that we just do dinner, small amount of tables, and then eventually pulled, I think, their approval. We moved outdoor dining to the front of the establishment. And then last year we had some trouble with Misogi and removed the outdoor dining, which was actually best because that location is very difficult. We have ADA requirements in most of these locations. That's 36 to 48 inches as far as a public pathway in between, which is why we have limited areas where this is allowed. So I told Dylan, who is the applicant, who will be up here in a second, that when the transfer was being considered, that to not count on any outdoor dining. I think he really would like to see it, so I'll let him make a case for this. I included kind of a summary for you for Chapter 91 and the ability to make decisions about anything along that path. We did receive some legal counsel on that today from town council on that. I'm just going to say briefly that the recommendation here is to not allow for anything alongside that path. It is a very narrow pathway, the brick pathway. I don't know if we can put the picture of this up, Erica, of the pathway so you understand what I'm speaking about. It's a complicated situation in that we're talking about the brick pathway that goes between 9 and 11 South Water to the water at 14 Easy Street. The owners of 14 Easy Street are what the license is attached to. So you can see there that brick pathway is exactly 4 feet, which is the requirement for the pathway and for ADA. So the only allowance would be possibly in that brick area. But again, you would not want to block that path in any way with people, things, what have you. So that is the difficult situation here. Now, if the applicant here makes a compelling case why this is needed and you are going to consider it, I'll come back and discuss some conditions. We can only approve this on a conditional basis. Similar to what we talked about earlier in Chapter 91, we would need to make sure we have legal approval and some state review of the final plan. I don't know if you have any questions about what I've submitted so far. Yes.
Amy, didn't the Beat also have dining right there?
Yes. So during the pandemic, when it was the Beat, we did have some in that earlier part of that brick pathway and along the side. And that was obviously during the pandemic where we just put things wherever we could fit them. We didn't really understand or learn about the Chapter 91 license until, like I said, probably, I want to say halfway through that first summer. We were contacted by an attorney. Again, it's at 14 Easy Street, which are that building that was built at the end of this pathway. So as I put in the materials, it's a little bit clear as mud probably for these laws, but there has to be approval from the owners of that license that are attached to that, which I have been in contact with one of those owners, and they have legal counsel as well. They do not want to see anything in this area. If there was anything allowed, they would certainly work with dinner only or maybe 2 tables at tops on one side. But I think the preference here is not to get involved with this. I'll tell you, our entire summer too, as well, has been involved with a lot of things and people and blocking of sidewalks. I prefer not to add more things to the sidewalks. And I like to say the recommendation has nothing to do with the applicant, the location. They've been great. We've had no issues. This is about this law and ADA requirements and those requirements of the Chapter 91 license that I think we'd be walking into some legal issues there. But again, we're going to allow for him to make the case to you. And if you find it compelling and wish to consider it, I'll come back and discuss some of the legal response that we got and any conditions that we can consider. So anything that is approved today would be conditional upon further legal review and probably state review. Okay. I'll let the Dylan from Bloom Bar come up and.
Good evening. I'm Dylan, the owner of Bloom Bar. We've been open since June 6th, so we're almost 2 months in now. And having now spent quite a bit of time in that building, in that space, I was aware of the Beats outdoor seating. I worked in the space for a brief winter. I also saw the outdoor dining at Muskogee, and I recognize why that can't be approved, and nor would I really want the front seating. I don't think it's that appealing to be dining next to a parked car, and I understand that it's very tight on that sidewalk. The alley alongside, I think, provides plenty of space for what I'm asking for, just the 4 tables, 8 additional seats. I'm not looking for any bus station or anything beyond the image that I displayed in my proposal. And I just think it would allow for, we're open for lunch and dinner, or brunch and dinner, 6 days a week, beginning at 10 a.m. And obviously now that it's summer and the weather's beautiful, we've had limited business during the day, and I just think that the tables not only would be great for business and like having the appeal of outdoor dining, but just the visibility in itself, just so people know that we are open, we're available, and we're there 6 days a week and 6 nights a week. We don't close for any point during the day. So we're open from 10 onward, and like, especially during the time from 3 to 5 when it's late afternoon, post-lunch, pre-dinner, when there are plenty of guests walking around looking for something. I just think it would be nice to, again, have that visibility. I staged the tables, I took that photo, and there are planters alongside the path as well. The tables take up no more space than the planters already do. So yeah, that's my thought.
This suggests it's only at night, right? That's kind of what when you said, Mark, like you wanted to see people, it seems like it would be more visible if it was in the day.
It would be for both. That would be my preference.
So, in speaking with the owners, again, 14 Easy Street does have a say as far as this and can certainly do that, wanted a limited use of it. They thought, a dinner, which is what happened during the pandemic when they did come and want us to restrict it. It was evening only, it's less traffic and things of that sort. So that was the request from them if we were to consider it. And he's asking me about 14 Easy Street, which is what the license is attached to, the owners.
So if it was dinner, would that be 5 to 10? What would the?
So we currently have a restriction similar to this at Lemon Press because of the busy area. So we have a restriction. I think the sample that I put in as far as the agreement that we draw up is between 5 and 10 for dinner.
Who owns the property that we're discussing? Is this owned by the
Yep.
people in front, correct?
So it's the property that's along Easy Street, 14 Easy Street. Right, I have spoken
No, I
to
understand that, but I'm saying it's owned by the people up in front. That path.
Ryan. Yes. I've spoken to one of the owners who has counsel on this, Ryan Rosano. So I do have that documentation as well. So as I just real quick, as I outlined in here, the owner's limits, the owner of the license, which I have not received. The property owners can control private commercial use of their property, but they cannot block, narrow, or infringe upon the public's right to walk across a path. That brick path there is what we're talking about. Any boardwalk or walkway along the Easy Street waterfront exists because of state issue Chapter 91 waterways license. License strictly mandates that the path remain open, unobstructed, and free for public foot traffic. So obviously the tables do fit on that stone area. I would never recommend both sides on that because people don't sit straight and, you have servers and things of that sort. So, again, this gets into legal areas. It seems easy and it'll be fine, but that's our concern is we have these legal requirements here.
So I spent years working at Crew Oyster Bar. I'm very familiar with monitoring anything in terms of guests and spatial awareness, etc. I will make sure that it's taken care of, and I don't know if this is helpful, but the master deed that I have of the building includes that cobblestone as a driveway. I don't know if that adds any value to the argument at all, but and I also have an image of what the space looks like currently, not all the time, but there's often pallets and trash and
Yeah.
shipping boxes from the neighboring businesses, and I would also ensure that that's more well maintained.
I was just
and
going to
well
ask
manicured.
about
So that's how it
this
looks
picture.
regularly.
Because that's just farther down the alley, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so that's behind Nautilus and, you know, there's mopeds and scooters and garbage. It's just,
Brooke? So my question, it sounds to me, and I'm trying to do the logic here, right? The property owner at 14 Easy Street can refuse to approve this, right? So they have said dinner only. So before you get up, assuming they've said dinner only, that's all we can consider because they have the right to disapprove of this. And then, so I'm just trying to walk through, there's a lot of unknowns here. So if that's the case, we're talking dinner only. My question is, we have other locations that are dinner only, but the tables and chairs are out all day and people are sitting in them and then using them, right? So we would want the chairs removed during non-approved service times. And my question is, do you have a place to put them? I think that would be a condition if I were to move this forward. So that's a question for Dylan.
Yes,
Through
I
the
do.
chair.
We have additional chairs. I can store them in the building. Like they can be spread amongst the dining room. Totally fine. I mean, it's just the 8 chairs. And then I have space, and we have the shared hallway between PPX and my space where we have the bathrooms. And it's where I have 2 extra chairs there now and a high chair.
Okay, well, I mean, I think Brooke is correct that we can only consider what the other building is willing to grant. And maybe if it goes really smoothly, they would be willing to expand it in the future. And does anybody have questions?
The other thing to think about is the policy issue. This is a Chapter 91 walkway that is supposed to be completely clear and free for the public to look down and think, oh, I want to go down I can see through to the water. I can walk through to this area. So we have to think about that from the public perspective as well. And I think that's, other than, is the landlord going to allow it? The first question, is that something that we as a board want to allow?
That's a really good point, Matt. It's the perception of a pedestrian seeing service and thinking, oh, that's private property. I can't pass through there. Perhaps.
I would argue the opposite, that it would actually be more inviting and bring people down.
I mean, the one thing I would.
Let's all take a walk down to Great Harbor Yacht Club tonight and
that
take a
was
look at that, because,
I was going to
that's a
comment
public walkway too, and
as well.
there's tables all through it.
But it's also when you do walk down this path, because I just did it the other day to, have my complete bearings on this. I mean, you end up on a porch, like underneath a covered porch next to the business. Like it's not like it's a straight shot to the water where it's like super inviting. I mean, it is a pretty little winding path, but I don't think we're really
The brick
blocking
walkway is wide, so the tables aren't on the brick walkway. If someone, my biggest concern would be someone in a wheelchair or in some type of apparatus that needed a smooth walkway. I mean, and as long as there seems to be, from this photo, plenty of room on each side of the brick to get through there. 64 inches is quite wide. Some of our sidewalks are not 64 inches wide, especially when you just try to walk by the front of the Rosencrown with the tables up against the trees. This is wider than that. So I have a question. Is this a public hearing? Do we have to open it, close it, or no? This is just a request?
It's not a public hearing.
Okay, I didn't know. I'm ready to make a motion then if if anyone does, if no one else has questions.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve this for dinner with the understanding that the chairs have to go in once, what is it, 6 to 10? Is that what we said? But 5 to 10, 5 to 10, the chairs come out at 5, they go back in at 10. They can't be outside. And that if we have any issues, it'll be brought back to us to reconcile it.
A second.
We could expand
Oh.
this, the property owner was willing to in the future.
Great.
Madam Chair.
Lauren, yes?
Yes. Good evening. I just wanted to say that I think we would also need in the motion that the approval would be conditioned upon the plan meeting all of the requirements of state law as well as the ADA. I think there are several issues that are undecided or haven't been reviewed, including review of the actual Chapter 91 license to even see if it's possible. And the ADA requires a certain amount of space for passage. So we would want to at least make sure that it's even possible. So if there could be a friendly amendment to the motion, something like, conditioned upon such plan being consistent with state law and state and federal law.
I'll make that friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Second.
okay. Yes, Erica?
So Bob's motion was, the chairs have to be outside of the 5 to 10 PM
Yeah,
hour.
chairs are
About the
out.
tables.
The tables can stay, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we said tables can stay, but the chairs have to go inside. That way no one's going to sit at them during the day.
I would think you'd want both the tables and chairs to go away. Otherwise, people will be standing there and putting stuff there. And if their goal is to keep that clear, because he's representing, he's going to clear some of the stuff that's there and keep it nicer because it's going to be a restaurant area, then I would think those are not there, but that's me.
Do you have a place to put the tables?
Not exactly, no. I can bring them inside overnight and once we lock up, but during the day and during service, I won't have additional space for 4 tables.
Okay, so your
Realistically.
motion
I'm
stands
gonna leave
the
my
way it
motion
is.
as the way it stands. See how it goes.
Okay, so anything else on the motion?
Are you clear, Erica? Do you need anything else? Okay.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay. That carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Just to reiterate, we still have to go through a process to have this approved by legal in the state.
Yep, understood.
And a question, will we have that in writing from the state that this is allowed? Is that not just us
Yes.
making? All right.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Goldberg, for doing that, but she gave us that
Yeah, I
review.
saw that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the town manager's report and the overview of the proposed sewer rate increases.
Yes, thank you. This is something that actually began when our former finance director was still here with us, and he has agreed to join us again tonight. He's online. This is the result of a kind of a regular review of the sewer rates and the need to increase the rates as projects and operations and maintenance of the sewer department rise. Brian, you want to take us through the
Sure.
presentation, please? And by the way, very nice to see you online.
It's sorry I'm not there in person. I know that probably is the expected way to do it. Next time when I come, I'll be there. So thank you, Libby, and through you, Madam Chair. Erica, could you go to the next slide? So this first slide, as most of the board members will remember, last year we did a two-part implementation of rate increases in switching to a tiered rate based on meter size. We did extensive work with Hazen and Sawyer and their rate group, who have been tremendous to work with and have extensive knowledge in transitioning to tiered rates, and were a great help in helping us accomplish this. With base rates starting at the 5/8 by 3/4 size meter, which is primarily the main meter size that's installed across the island, going from 1 inch all the way up to 4 inch. And there are people and businesses that have 4 inch meters at their locations. And the base rate had been $36, and we had originally increased it to 50 for 5/8 by 3/4, and included one cubic foot of usage in that rate, and then expanding all the way up to $850 a month in the base rate with 17 cubic feet included in the usage at $850. And what we were trying to do is really, the goal is eventually to get to about 60% of the operating cost in the sewer department recovered through a base rate model, so that we have the stability within the operating budget for the sewer on an annual basis. So this is where they currently are right now, and where we ended the fiscal year that ended on June 30th as well. Erica, could you go to the next slide, please? So the proposal and the request is going to be to schedule a public hearing. I believe the town manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but on September 9th, to consider implementation of the new rates. There's approximately, based on the fiscal 27 budget, about a 15% increase in the base rate. So the 5/8 by 3/4 meter would go from 50 to 57 and $57.50. And the tiered usage rates would increase by approximately 3.5%. To the numbers here between the first three tiers. Now, if you use more than 25 CCF on the 5/8 by 3/4, you don't pay all 25. Greater than that for all $17.50. You tier through and only pay between those metrics there. It has been successful in implementation and has done what we have tried to do. And like I said, we are trying to move a little bit closer. While I was there, our goal was to get to about 60% captured directly through the base rate on a monthly basis. Erica, could you go to the next slide, please? So according to the budget and based on what was adopted at town meeting, the goal is, or the need to raise through the projected revenues for the sewer fund through the rate is $12.1 million. It's an increase of from $11.2 million from the prior fiscal 26 rate. So there's about a little over 900, just under $1 million in increase that we need to cover through the rate. Next slide, please. The bill impacts, because this was a big discussion last year on how to do this, and certainly was a concern as we navigated through switching to the tier. This is what we would expect, or we've done the analysis and analyzed, in that 70% of the users in the system would see, and I'll say only, and I don't mean that in a kind of it's only kind of way, but they would see an increase of only approximately $5 to $10 per month. And I certainly know that over a 12-month period can be certainly hard for some of the users on the system. But we do have to be able to manage and operate a sewer system, and those are very expensive to operate, as most people know. With capital projects and the annual cost of materials and chemicals and just overall operations, including electricity and other ongoing costs. So go next slide, please, Eric. I think it's done. Is there any more? No. So I'm happy to entertain any questions. And like I said, the ask would be to the ask of the board would be to schedule a public hearing on September 9th. And at that September 9th presentation, we likely will have a little bit of a revision. I did reach out to the water company, because when I read that they were seeing a substantial decrease in the amount of water they were pumping, I'm trying to get an understanding from them of what impact, if any, it's having on sewer usage. So I would suggest to the board that it's very possible that this could change a little slightly. And at that presentation, we will try to also factor in over the next couple of years what some of the capital projects are going to be and what we think those rates might look like in terms of additional borrowing. Because as the board is aware, there is about a $20 million phase 1, phase 2 upgrade to the Surfside wastewater treatment facility that the first phase is currently out to bid and being reviewed. So that debt service is going to be included in the sewer rate, in the sewer enterprise fund itself, versus the Somerset needs area expansion, which is strictly through a debt exclusion and on the general fund tax base. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and hopefully we can get to a public hearing on the 9th to change these rates beginning for October.
Any questions? Is there a motion to schedule a public hearing?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that carries. Jill.
Jill.
That carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian. Much appreciated. The next item under the town manager's report is an overview of municipal borrowing process. And we have our financial advisors from Hilltop Securities. Cinder McNerney is on, along with some other of her staff members. And they have developed a presentation for us. Cinder has come in off and on over the years to give something kind of like this and or to review our debt schedules. And I think there is a debt schedule in here for our island home, which was requested to be included here. I will turn it over to you, Cinder.
Good evening, Cinder, you're still muted.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Thanks for having us. I'm here with Cinder McNerney. I'm a regional managing director at Hilltop Securities based in Boston. And we serve as financial advisor to the town. We've been in that role for quite a period of time. With me tonight are Lisa Driscoll, another managing director, and Megan Highland, a senior vice president from the Boston office. And the three of us work together to support to support the town's debt issuance and do a lot of debt modeling for the town and structuring debt in accordance with what the town is thinking it might want to issue. And in that regard, we're generally structured debt to protect the city's AAA rating if we can. And I thought that what we provided a lot of information. I was asked to go through what the borrowing process is, and I want to do it briefly. I know it's late. You've been listening to a lot of information. We put this first chart together, which is the flow chart for purposes of anybody who wants to borrow money. So you may very well know this as select board members, obviously, the town, but I'll walk through it quickly. The first part of this process is the town determines what capital project it wants to authorize. Typically, we would ask bond counsel, maybe reviewed by town council, to draft the form of vote so that we know the language is legal. It's then included in the article and motion are provided to the town for purposes of town meeting, and town meeting would then vote the authorization. Once that's authorized, the vote of debt is authorized, it's provided to bond counsel, and they put together a list of legal requirements so that they can opine ultimately on the tax exempt status of the debt, assuming it's tax exempt, and also that it was properly authorized. That's what their legal opinion covers. So the treasurer usually is the official of the issuer who puts together with the town clerk and anybody else in the town where certain items are required they put together the documentation and they provide it to us and or bond counsel. And at the same time, in connection with if there's a planned borrowing against that authorization, we start putting together a document called an official statement. And that document includes all the information that would be used by an investor to be able to bid on that borrowing. And the official statement includes issuance of information about the borrowing. It includes information about the security for the borrowing and terms of that. It also includes information about the town's demographics, the town generally, the town's property tax base, the town's finances, the town's debt position, including pension and OPEB liability, and any kind of litigation that might be pending or that there's no material impact of any of the pending litigation that could impact the town's finances. That statement is in every official statement. So we provide a draft to the town treasurer and other officials in the town that are going to participate in helping us update that document. And we then, when we are ready to, we put it in place and we understand what the town is thinking it wants to borrow, and we set it all up to show what that borrowing is. We show that document to bond counsel, they review it. Over a certain size, we would seek a rating from the rating agency. Right now, the town is rated AAA, the highest rating from Moody's Investor Service. So we typically only need one unless it's a really large borrowing. Probably at this at this point in time, probably over 150 million. We could issue up to that amount without needing two ratings. We then, once that document is ready and we've got a rating on it, we distribute that document into the marketplace. We have different lists of who bids on bonds versus who bids on notes. And we distribute the official statement and we set up, we take the bids about a week or so later. We conduct the bond or note sale. And then we go ahead and we coordinate we take the bids and we award if the bids are done on a competitive basis, generally, especially for high quality credits, and straightforward transactions. We then go ahead and coordinate the delivery instructions with the purchaser. And we give bond counsel all the information that they need so that they can prepare the formal securities and documentation for the closing. That we coordinate with the town to make sure we understand when the town is meeting and the Board of Selectmen could sign the documents. And then we coordinate the closing of the money, and the purchaser wires money to the town and in exchange for the debt to be registered at DTC, which is where we settle all of the municipal debt that goes through. And at that point, we give the town all the detail with regard to, the details of the sale, as well as what will be payable at maturity. For bonds, we provide debt service schedules and a financing summary and that kind of thing. I know that was a quick overview. What we typically, on the next page here, you've got the town just issued $50 million of short-term notes. We left out 18 million because we were still in the process of satisfying information bond counsel needed so they could render their legal opinion on about 18 million of what will be affordable housing short-term debt. This is the schedule for that note issue. We're going to coordinate. We're going to issue this additional 18 million, and we're going to coordinate it to mature with the 50 million we already issued. This is what we typically would provide the town in connection. Once we know what the town wants to borrow, we would create a schedule like this where it starts out with this schedule being delivered to the town. And then we put the draft. It's also that official statement in its preliminary form. It's a preliminary official statement as opposed to the final one that includes the actual sale results in it. So we would send the draft official statement to Moody's so that they can start to schedule a rating call and provide us rating questions so that we could have we can obtain the rating on the notes or the bonds. Typically on a note, we wouldn't get it rated unless it was at least $7 or $8 million, but every bond issue requires a bond rating for the most part. Then we put the last day to finalize the amounts and the purposes to be included in the issue. We can sell, we could sell 50 purposes at the same time in either a note or in a bond. We would structure them all separately and add them all up together. And that would be the aggregate structure that we would sell to the public. And each structure can be, each purpose project can be structured based on its useful life or shorter, but each one is separately structured and then it's put together. Then we would distribute the bond into the marketplace. Well, I guess here we've got it that it would go to bond counsel. I've already pointed that out on that flow chart, and we get their comments, and then we would get questions from the rating agency. This gives you the actual blow by blow on the process and the days. We have to satisfy bond counsel's legal requirements and diligence type questions in advance, usually, of advertising. And we usually would have a rating call since they just, for example, in Nantucket's case, they just rated that $50 million note issue. We probably could avoid a rating call potentially and just get some additional questions via email. We clear the POS for electronic distribution. At that point, we may or may not have the rating yet. We need the rating, obviously, before we sell. And so here we show the timing of getting the rate back from the rating committee at the rating agency. We hold a competitive sale. It's usually at 11 o'clock, generally on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday of any week. Usually takes about another week to coordinate, or a week and a half to coordinate the timing with the Board of Selectmen when they're available to sign the documents, and then we set up to deliver the notes. And in this case, we've got the notes maturing July 23, 2027. This is the schedule for what's about to happen, and that July 23, 27 is the maturity date on that other 50 million. When we thought that with regard to the with regard to the debt of the town. If you go to the next page, this is we just thought we'd give an overview of the town's current debt, because it's going to come in handy when we show you a couple of models that we put together for what we were given as the debt plan of the town. It's a very loose debt plan, but right now it's one that we're just looking at. It's a forecast for the next 10 years of debt. And so right now, this is the current overview of the town's principal amount of debt outstanding. And you can see it adds up to 274 million outstanding of bonds, principal amount, and another 50 million of notes. That's the issue we just did. The footnotes explain what is and isn't outside, what is and isn't outside the debt limit, but more important, what is and isn't outside is exempt debt, not subject to the lower levy limit of Prop 2.5. So if you look at the 274 million right there of total principal amount of bonds outstanding, approximately 135 million of that is exempt from Prop 2.5, lower levy limit. And that leaves another 144 million or 145 million that is not exempt. It's subject to, it's inside the lower levy limit of the town, subject to the budget. If you go to the next page, you can see that same information broken out by how each principal aggregate amount, how it amortizes, how it's paid back from year to year. So you can see the sewer is payable back from 27 through 2050, and that's that same 35 million in the aggregate on that column that you saw on the prior page. If you look at this as we go across it, I'll just tell you of the sewer debt, 4,729,000 is exempt from Prop 2.5. The entire school is exempt from Prop 2.5. The water is not exempt, but it pays its own way. The landfill, 1,285,000 of that total landfill is exempt. 15,505,000 of the land acquisition is exempt from Prop 2.5. 21,560,000 of the Mass Clean Water Trust column is exempt from Prop 2.5. The airport, self-supporting, but it's not exempt from 2.5. But of the balance of the other category, $59,032,850 is exempt of that total 78 million at the bottom of that column. So that all is a summary of just the principal amount of debt outstanding of the town. And I wanted to, on the next page, and I'm assuming you all already know this, you know, when the town is issuing debt generally, Massachusetts law is very restrictive with regard to how you can structure debt. So municipalities really can't get in too much trouble with regard to how they structure debt. You can't ascend debt service. Generally, you can't you can't have bullet maturities. You can't do any of that. But I wanted to make sure that everybody on the board or anybody listening to this conversation understands that the basic two options are level principal amortization, level principal payback, as you see here, 20 million, 2 million a year for 10 years. And you can see that interest is calculated based on how much principal is outstanding at any given time. So when you've got 20 million outstanding at 3.5%, the first annual interest payment is $700,000. So the first payment in the far right column of debt service is going to be greatest in year one, and it declines each year as principal is paid off. So this is how equal principal amortization works. If we go to the next page, we've got the sample. This is the other option that Massachusetts general law allows. It's level debt service option, so that in the far right column, you see everything is equal to the same approximately 2.4 million every year. And that's because with level debt service, it's like a mortgage. The principal column, instead of being equal payments, it's ascending payments so that combined with the interest, declining interest from year to year, you have a level debt service payment in the far right column. And what we can use is a hybrid structure. And we can use, for example, if you had existing debt was starting to fall off for the next 3 years, we could use level debt service for the first 3 years and then jump back up to equal principal. Level debt service and equal principal structures, they go at the same interest rates, but because you're paying off principal slower with this kind of example, your aggregate interest cost is going to be higher. So in these two examples, interest in level debt, same rate, same everything, but level debt is 4,048,000. And on the prior page, I'll just look it up real quick. It was 3,850,000. So, so it's an extra $200,000 to do this level debt structure. But from a budgetary perspective, it might be more palatable to have if it's not exempt, or if you're worrying about the exempt debt service and the aggregate amount and the impact on taxpayers, you might want level debt service. Most of the town's current outstanding debt is based on level debt, but within the useful life of all the different projects. And a lot of times you want declining equal principal, possibly inside the lower levy limit of Prop 2.5 debt, because that way you have debt falling off and declining, which maybe you can add more to it. Whereas with exempt debt, you can just keep layering more on top of it as you start to authorize more debt. I wanted to, this last page on this, and I know this is a very quick 101 on bonds. One of the things when we are modeling a financing plan is that we have to take a look at, what's coming down the road, what's the existing debt. We definitely need to take a look at a lot of information. We keep complete to the penny a database on all of the town's debt, and when we model debt for the town, we create a spreadsheet specifically for the town to model exactly what the town might be thinking it wants to do. And we consider different kinds of iterations. We look at market conditions. We're always looking at market conditions. We probably originate $3 billion worth of Massachusetts general obligation debt in a year, maybe 4. Some of these projects are getting pretty expensive. It's easily probably 4 billion, comprised of probably 100 bonds and 200 notes, or that could flip flop depending upon what's going on with market conditions. But when we look at the assumptions, we consider how soon something might be issued versus what expectations are or what's built into the market with regard to future rates. We do take a look at what the funding sources are. Whether or not there's revenues that are going to be created from something that, you might want to use short-term debt where all you pay back is interest at the 1-year maturity on a 1-year note. Whereas with bonds, you have to start paying back principal by that same 1 year. And with notes, you don't. You can renew notes for up to 3 years before you have to start paying back principal, and you actually can go out 10 years. So when we take a look at the existing debt, we usually would model a different model for each fund and a different model for exempt debt, which is what we're going to talk about, because most of the debt the town is thinking about issuing in the next 10 years is likely all going to be exempt debt. We take a look at how quickly debt is falling off, which we're going to look at in a second. We take a look at the cash flows of a project. We're driven by cash flows. We're also driven by when you need money. So on a note, we get calls. We could get a call today, and somebody could say, "I need money in the next 2 months." So that's when we start this whole process. At this point, hopefully, they've already authorized the debt. But on something like a big project like our Island Home, we want to see what the cash flow projection shows. We want the cash flow projections on these projects because we do want to take advantage of permissible positive arbitrage on the issues when we can, especially the larger they are. So for example, if you borrow at 3%, but you can invest at 4%, if you spend the proceeds fast enough, you can keep that 1% differential. If you don't, and you miss the milestones, which are every 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, and 2 years. If you miss any one of those, if you earn over that 3%, you have to make a rebate to the federal government. So we definitely want cash flows on every single project. We need to understand when the money will be spent. We also take a look at whether or not you want to sell notes versus bonds. That's a big consideration. It's there's so many things that go into that. What else is coming, what's going on in the market, what's falling off, how many projects are you going to try to aggregate together? How often do you want to try to come to market? Usually you don't come to market more than maybe, depending upon what you've got, but maybe 1 or 2 times with notes and maybe once with bonds, maybe twice with bonds. Some issuers don't come except for once every 5 years. So they obviously are saving up and doing notes and trying to aggregate something. If you don't, we look at pay down requirements. If you roll a note past 2 years, you have to start paying down principal as if you'd sold bonds. So that gets kind of complicated. We generally try to sell a bond if the market is favorable by the time it reaches its 2-year anniversary, so that by year 3, you're making the first payment of principal. For bonds, you have to start paying back principal once every year following the year in which you issue the debt. Like I said earlier, we structure the debt by purpose. I think that $50 million note issue that we just did for Nantucket, we didn't have to structure it yet because it was just a note, but we would structure all those purposes separately. And in fact, when we take a look at what we did put together, we did structure it separately, and we structured the future. We structured all of what's being thought about over the next 10 years by purpose. So we'll get into that in a minute. But we take a look at the budgetary impact for non-excluded debt. That's really important to make sure that it can fit into the budget. Or do you need to kind of leapfrog with timing to get over perhaps the next fiscal year? Tax impact, we take a look at the tax impact on debt exclusions, which we've done for what we've produced for our island home information that we sent around that we're going to talk about. And then we obviously have to look and see whether or not you're prepared to talk to the rating agency, what's the likelihood, from having put together disclosure, we can tell whether or not there's any vulnerabilities and have that discussion so that we know whether or not we want to get a rating, whether or not we should get a rating, or and where we stand with that. There are requirements these days. If you don't have a timely audit after the year and by a year later than the year that the audit is. So for example, right now, if you didn't have a 25 audit and you wanted to issue debt after June 30, 26, the rating agencies likely wouldn't rate that debt. And then you have to go non-rated if you needed money. That's not such a bad thing unless it's a lot of money that you need and you can't get a rating. Then you can't sell bonds. Even if it was a favorable market, you'd have to be selling notes and maybe a note without a rating. So that's pretty much everything about this quick down and dirty bonds 101. And I thought that we would get into the rest of the information we provided you and maybe save questions for the end or to these rest of these questions. But I think that these rest of these documents that we put together, this first document, this is called the debt forecast. And I think I want to start with this. Yes, that was prepared by the town. And what you can see is on this, thank you. What you can see is the subtotals by fiscal year. So this is what the town gave us that they wanted to see us model if they were to issue in each of these fiscal years bonds. So we did do that. We're going to show you our island home showing you different options for just that separately after we just go through this. But so you can see that. So what we're modeling is the 204 million in the first one, minus we did our island home separately because we know you want to look at that. And then we added in, of the 50 million notes that we just sold, 18 million was debt excluded. So we, debt excluded and exempt from Prop 2.5 debt. So we modeled that in this first scenario that you'll see when we get into the model. And then we modeled the 115, then we modeled the 197, and all the way down, we modeled the first 10 years. We stopped modeling at, if you go down this page a little bit more, if you go raise the page up, up, and then see the 1 billion number there in green, go down one, we only modeled through that 1.1 billion. We figured the next couple were so nominal that for purposes of the model, it made more sense to just stop with the 1 billion, 1.1 billion, I should say. So if we take a look at what we want to look at next, wow, this is all fresh in your mind, it's called Exhibit 5. It's actually in the top right corner. It's Model 1, and it's Exhibit 5. So Exhibit 5 on the top left and Model 1 on the top right. Yeah, right there. And to the extent that that could be made a little bit bigger would probably help, because we can just go across it, but we need to see the headings and go to the left so that we can talk about, and yeah, I think you've each got a copy of this in your packet. So column A is the existing debt service. This is principal plus interest is debt service of the town. So this is all those principal numbers that I gave you before. It was the 100 and, hold on, I'll just tell you. So it was the 135 million of exempt principal is this column here, A, which shows that you in the aggregate, that 135 principal, but it's in the principal plus interest is if you go on the bottom there, it's 172 million, column A. That's 172 million. So next to it, you've got an existing short-term note that's outstanding right there. That's the 605,000 due on that is the note that's due on the notes outstanding. That's the interest due. Then you go over, and this is the Our Island Home. This is 119. All of these are just assuming, what the way we start a model, and this is such a big picture model because we start it with just assuming bond issues all the way. I mean, we could start getting at different ban issues and bond issues, and every single project's different. If you've got 50 projects, it starts to get really complicated. So to get the idea and to get some decision making from the town as to what's palatable or how the impact might be, or what might change, and we go through many iterations before any of this is actually rolled out. And even once you roll out some kind of a model, it's reviewed every 6 months, every year, as things change, as cash flows are different, as rates change. We try to stay flexible throughout the process so that you can take advantage of any opportunity that might come your way. And so you can adjust what you're doing so that you don't lose arbitrage potential, positive arbitrage potential, and so that you get your money when you need it. So, but if you tie back to there's the 119 for the Our Island Home. The next column is and that's assuming it would be issued in September of 26. In July of 27, when those notes stop right there for a second, in July, column right there, D, in July of 27, when the 50 million notes mature, 18 million would be included in this bond issue here because it's exempt. And then the balance of this is what you saw in the first tranche of this document that came from the town that showed what was the prospective debt for fiscal 27 that would be issued, or authorized, I should say, but what we assumed issued when it was authorized, just so that you can see what all this adds up to over a 10-year period. So if you look, we've got the 104, the 115, we did the same thing. And now if you go over to the far right, this is 10 years. So you've got July 27, July 28, July 29. These are the fiscal years to July 30, all the way to July 33. And this adds up to that 1.1 billion. And you can see the aggregate of debt service. So start with the top of the debt service. That column right there, yeah, a little bit higher. Yep, total projected debt service, including short-term debt, which there was just that one small little piece. But you're right now in fiscal 27, your total debt service is of the projected debt. Now, this is not the existing plus projected. This is just the projected debt. Is 8,284,000 plus 10 years of projected debt service. You can see it starts to ascend every time you start to issue a debt each year later than the year before. It adds up. It goes from 8 million to 15 to 22. It goes all the way up to 80. Keep going down. It goes up to, well, I guess the highest on projected debt is 70 million. Or 73 million, I see here. Some 73s, it's almost 74 million, right? So what we then did, we took go back up, if you would, go back up to the top, we take a look at what the residential tax impact per $100,000 of assessed value. And we show you both the tax impact, but also the tax impact on the average single family home value, which is 3.2 million. Then we did the next column is the total existing, which was that very first column on the left, plus the total projected debt that you see here, 3 columns back. And we added that up, and that's what that is. So existing plus the projected debt over the next 10 years, this is how that debt would be if it was structured the way we just showed it. And it goes from 13 million, which is existing, plus the projected, mostly our island home up at top is that 13 million it starts at, and it goes down to 84 million. And then it starts to decline as the existing debt is being paid off. And so you can see you go from, in the first column, you've got 172 million outstanding. That the total debt service, existing and projected debt service, would be close to 2 billion if you add on 1.1 billion. And that makes sense. So, and there too, we show the tax impact of existing plus projected debt service combined. And then we show you the average, again, the average impact on this, the annual impact on the average single family home value, same home value. What's behind all of this is the backup for this summary page. So it's every single individual debt service schedule, and we should take a little look at it on the second page here. Just go to the second page, because you're gonna, just so you have this and you can look at it closer later. This is the existing debt of the town, and there you can see that's exempt from Prop 2.5. So this is outstanding as of June 30, 26. This is just exempt debt. You wouldn't do a non-exempt and an exempt debt on the same model. We would do a separate model subject to Prop 2.5 lower levy limit. This is on top of the lower levy limit. This is the exempt debt. So this adds up to the 135 million in principal, and you can see the interest. So this is the 172 million that you see in column A on the cover page. So that, just so you know, each page is referenced, and this is the second page. The next page is the sorry, the next page is the
It's the detail on the existing outstanding short-term notes.
oh, thank you. I was thinking, why do we have that there? Okay, that's the existing outstanding on the short-term notes. The next page is each debt service schedule for the next page. I don't think we want to go into this page. It's too confusing, I think. On this page is our island home. That's on the summary page. That's the principal and interest. We're assuming on most of this debt 4% right now, and we're assuming that all of the debt would be issued for 25 years on a level debt service basis, like a mortgage payment. We're really discouraging anybody from selling 30-year debt. The town usually has been fairly aggressive with a lot of its debt, saved a lot of money this way by selling 20-year debt, level debt. So, you know, this is something that would get modeled also down the road. Some of it might be 25, the larger amounts, or some of it might be 20 years. But that's something to be figured out down the road and later. I think the town is in the process of developing a formal capital plan, which I think will change that first page that we looked at that shows all of these projects, probably prioritize a lot of it, take a good hard look at what you want to actually issue over the next 10 years. But if you go to this page that looks like this, I guess it's page 5 of 12. That's actually this is the bond structure for the $18 million of bonds that would be sold in July of 27. this is what the town said they wanted to sell in 27, as well as the 18 million of notes that would be taken out with that same time frame. And this is that 104 million first issue. But this shows you how it gets structured with the purposes that were in it. The next schedule is the next one over. All of these tie back to the front page, and you can see the debt service schedule that shows you exactly how level debt adds up on each one to the equal payments of debt service that you see on the cover page. So I think that's what's behind the cover page. All of our models always start with the summary of everything that's behind it. But so then we were asked specifically on Our Island Home to run a couple schedules. And right now, the first one to look at is it's Exhibit 2, Model 1. Exhibit 2, Model 1. Okay, and this one, if there's a way to make it smaller so we can see that. So this first model, because there's 3 of them we did for Our Island Home, just so you how things can be different. Different models can make different assumptions. Not so much about the interest rate, but in these 3 models about the timing. This one assumes 119 million, which is on that first 10-year plan. This is the same as what's on that. This is 119 million sold right out the gate in September 2026. 25 years level debt service. And so you've already basically seen this, but this is just adding on before any other debt is added. We're starting with Our Island Home. It's adding on to that column A that was on the master model. We're adding on the whole 119 million in column B. Column A is existing excluded debt service. Column B is Our Island Home. The projected debt service on just Our Island Home is the 7,679,000 every single year, basically, for the 7,670,000. That's about this is how level debt works. It's approximately level. So the impact is approximately level also from year to year. This is 25 years. And the tax impact on the average single family home is $550 every single year. And or $17.30 per $100,000. If somebody's got a $5 million home or a $20 million home, they can do the math. And so the total existing column A plus Our Island Home, this is showing just what would start to happen with the town's total debt excluded debt. And it would go from 13 million up to 22 million, and then it would decline. And mostly it's declining because of what's happening in column A, which is the existing debt, which is falling off. Some of that was issued obviously on an equal and declining principal basis back some years ago. And so we did the same thing we did with the big model. We show you the tax impact per 100,000 of existing and the Our Island Home, and the tax impact on the average single family home, the $3.1 million home, the average impact of the Our Island Home plus the existing debt excluded debt service is that last column on the right. And it peaks, it goes from 1,000 to basically 1,600, and then it starts to decline. But that's so if we go to we're just now talking about Our Island Home, because, and we'll go back to the big model with some additional information. But if you go to Exhibit 3, this was Exhibit 2. It's the whole 119 right out the gate at the same time. We went to Exhibit 3, and we changed our assumption about the timing, and we decided, okay, let's bring it on slower. So we decided we'd sell. We didn't have a cash flow, but we assumed let's sell 50 million in September 26 and 69 million in September 27. We assumed that's when how much money you needed to go for a year at a time. That you needed that first 50 million from September of 26 until September 27, and that you didn't need the rest until September 27. So we're showing you 2 separate bonds being issued for Our Island Home. And you can see that it would bring on, so we're only going to start paying back 50 million in fiscal 2028 instead of the whole 119 million. So instead of it being 7 million right out the gate, it's 3.2 million for a year, and it ratchets up the next year in column C where we sell the other $69 million balance. And we could do that longer. We could do it. We're going to show you in a second. We do it longer. So here you can see the tax impact comes on a little bit slower, and the impact for the average single family home in dollars comes on a teeny bit slower, especially in the far right column. You can see that 1,000, it only goes up to 1,300, and then it ratchets up to 1,500, and then it starts to come down again. You know, we're assuming 4% for the bonds. So this is, you know, if interest rates change from one year to the next, then you wouldn't want to wait. If you thought rates were coming down, if you had a crystal ball, you know, you might say, okay, I think, you know, if we could get 3% on $100 million worth of debt, we'd save a lot of money with that over 25 years for sure. So we're really sensitive to what's going on with market rates. That's probably the biggest driver. Right now, you'd be lucky to get 4% for 25-year debt with what's happened in the last couple of weeks. So even as a AAA, probably more like 410 in today's market, but probably more like 435 for a 30-year debt, and that extra 25 basis points for 30-year debt versus 25 would really add up to a lot of additional debt. Usually if we got up to where long-term debt was at 4.5% for large projects, we would definitely, unless we thought rates were really going to skyrocket and never come down, which we don't, we haven't thought like that in a really long time. We would probably recommend staying in the note market for a while. I mean, a short-term note right now is under 3% for a AAA, probably. Nantucket just on that 50 million. I think you got a 265. Rates have gone up on short-term debt since that it was done. But, you know, if you can borrow short-term, that's great. You can save some money short-term, but if rates go up by the time you go to bond, then you might have missed the boat on locking in, at least for a while, and it changes the dynamic. So we are constantly thinking about that. The next exhibit we have here is I think we're up to exhibit 4 now. And exhibit 4 is the next one. That is, go back to the cover page of it. Yep. Here it's just slightly different. You can see in column B, we've got multiple years of bans here for the first 50 million, and then the next 69 million. We're bringing it on piecemeal, but we're also issuing 2 years of bans for each tranche. So the 50 million is paying interest for 2 years, and then it's overlapping with the first payment of interest on that 69 million that gets added the second year in the later year. And so you can see how this starts to come on. The biggest way you see the change in the impact is in the far right column. They got the 1,000, then it's $1,100 existing plus this structure of the same $119 million of Our Island Home. So it starts 1,000, 1,100 to 1,200, 1,265, 1,400. It brings it on slower. So there's something nice about that. We like that, but you know, if rates go up, or if we want to lock in rates because we think rates will go up, then you know, then we have to take a look at whether or not a hybrid structure might make sense in this situation. You could do level, well, we're already doing level debt. There are some things we can do to mess around with the upfront years, possibly, even if the structure is all level debt to begin with. You're not using up the 30 years, which would be the maximum term you could sell this debt for. So there's some things we can do that would allow us maybe a little bit of lower debt upfront only, maybe while some of that existing debt comes off. But you know what? So these are all of what we put together. I think, you know, when we go back to the aggregate summary, if you go back to that, if that was exhibit 5, I think that's the one to leave you thinking about it. This is $1 billion of debt, bringing it on over 10 years. And we took a good hard look at this in terms of, you know, some of the debt metrics. And, you know, I think that when you look at what the sizes are at, on the, where is that thing? On this, debt forecast, the sizes are, 200 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 87 million, 15 million, 200 million. There's ways to smooth that out so that, because once you issue bonds, don't forget, you have to start paying principal by the next fiscal year and every year thereafter. There's probably ways on this to smooth this out so that, if we made assumptions 100 million every single year for each of the next 10 years to get to the billion. And maybe things get prioritized and it's not really a billion, it's less. I think that there's ways, if it's 100 million a year, that to keep this from having a negative impact on the credit rating. That when we've talked to, you've got a AAA rating with Moody's Investor Service, and we did have a conversation with them about, we wanted to understand how they might think about this amount of debt, given the strength of Nantucket's credit and the strength of its tax base and the strength of all of its other factors that go into the credit rating. And, they look at, the way they look at debt now is they look at debt plus unfunded pension liability, plus unfunded OPEB, plus any other kind of fixed liability that you might have. And so they put it all together, how they look at your metrics. If you've got a copy of the most recent credit report, and I don't know if we sent that with all of what we sent, it's something that the Board of Selectmen should all read. And at the back of that report, they give the definitions of their metrics. They also give what would compromise the AAA rating. I think with regard to their metrics, you can stay under their metrics depending upon how this debt gets structured over the next 10 years. And there's so much, this is just a picture of what the town is contemplating. This is going to go through so much, every 6 months, this is going to get reviewed as to what are the priorities, how have things changed. I think that, the capital planning process that I know the town is in the process of building, you're going to be evaluating the priorities based on needs and health and safety and maintenance and other kinds of things, that this will probably all change in a lot of ways. So, but we think, looking at this fairly carefully in order to present this for you tonight, that you can probably stay within their metrics and protect the AAA. One of the things that's going, that the rating agency did say, a lot of this debt, when you look at the purposes, a lot of what you want to do in the next 10 years has a lot to do with environmental protection and coastal resilience and other kinds of things, and preparing for the future of the town. From that perspective, the rating agency is really accepting of the fact that this is what the town is taking on. It's a question of how do you do it so that, you can smooth it out and bring it on as you need to do what you have to do, as you're reevaluating all of what you're thinking you might want to do, and whether or not it's all necessary in this time frame, or if some of it could be the following 5 years and that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
anyway, this is the summary.
It's a really good segue into our meeting next week, where we're going to talk about the capital priorities,
Okay.
how to balance it, all these needs.
So that's all we have.
Super helpful. Does anybody have any questions? And thank you for being on so late. This has been a long meeting so far.
I'm going to bed. It's been a long day. If there are no questions, or if anybody has questions after this meeting, after you look at the materials, we're happy to, do whatever you want.
That would be great. Everybody good for tonight?
I think the comment through the chair, I just would like to have seen the ratio of our debt service payment to the operating budget. And if there's a way that we can look at that so that we know in the future how much of our budget is going to be consumed by debt, because what I just saw there looks like it is more than significant, even more than I thought. So that might be good guidance for us. It maybe you could tell us that it does affect our bond rating because our assessments are so high. It's possible that it does not. But regardless, I still think we ought to know that so we can make a projection in our operating budget.
I think we did, just so you know, I think we took a look at what those metrics are because we knew that we had that heads up that we might get that question. There's a lot of assumptions that go into looking at that because you want to look at the growth in the town's revenue for the next 10 years. But we went ahead and did that. And there are metrics, if you're at, and we're not sure where anybody else's numbers are coming from. There's can be a lot of confusing numbers going around at the same time, but you could have that go up to 15%. The number that I think you're talking about, I think that could go to 15% before, I think that we can provide more detail of what that looks like and what some of this is showing, as separate from this meeting. But I think that we think you can stay within a metric that's acceptable to the rating agency for AAAs. Once you go above certain amounts of that, and if you take a look at the back, I mean, the metrics that the rating agent, Moody's changed their whole methodology in the last couple of years, and the metrics that they're looking at this point are mostly, as opposed to the one that I think you're asking about right now, debt service as a percent of the budget. That one's always been a good one, and debt as a percent of the, debt per capita, debt as a percent of the equalized valuation of the tax base. But they're mostly focused on these days are two different metrics. One is the leverage ratio, which the definition is in the back of and that's taking into consideration all of the debt, all of the fixed debt, the debt service, but also an outstanding debt, but also pension, OPEB, and other fixed debt. And then the other one that they like to look at is the fixed cost ratios. It's the same thing. They basically are telling the fixed cost ratios, which is different than what you're asking about, but that's the one that they rely on. They think you're currently at about 15%, and they think that you shouldn't go above 20% because then you wouldn't be comparable to other AAAs. That would be an outlier. You would stand out as not being within the AAA with where the other AAA peers are in Massachusetts. So I think that's something, if you've got the credit report, or if you don't, we can send it, but the definition of how that's evaluated is there. And, and then we have to take a look, which we did do earlier this afternoon, at 10 years of projected revenues and 10 years of projected pension numbers. Your pension is going to start going down, as will the OPEB, as you're increasing debt. So as it does seem like, oh my gosh, how are we going to sell $1 billion worth of debt in the next 10 years? I mean, we're working on a couple $800 million school construction projects right now. And the issuers that are doing that, granted, they might get, a third of it paid with MSBA grant payments, but they don't have anywhere near the tax base that Nantucket's got. I think that you might be surprised that where there's a will, there's a way, that this can be structured and worked out. There's a lot of work, and devil's in the details, but this, I think that you can stay within the metrics. The goal we would have in working with the town would be to help protect the AAA in the process of doing what you need to do and what you want to do, but what you need to do is particularly in connection with the environment, but your other needs too, capitalize.
Thank you.
So just let us know if you've got more questions, and we're happy to get any answers that we can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cinder. That was quite a presentation. We appreciate it. And any other questions that come out of this, we'll definitely get back with you.
So if it's okay with you, then we'll just drop off.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. Good night, everybody.
Yes.
Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, the next item has to do with donation protocol for Our Island Home. We had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with Town Council and the Friends of Our Island Home, and they are asking about what the procedure would be and how to set up donations that people might want to give to offset the cost of Our Island Home. And Lauren Goldberg has prepared this presentation on this. I believe, Lauren, you indicated that there are some decision points that the town would need to make, and there would need to be some kind of a memorandum of agreement with the Friends of Our Island Home. turn it to you to go through the presentation.
Okay, I would be happy to. Thank you, Madam. I know you've been sitting here a long time, so I want to try and make this as simple as possible. Erica, if we can go to the next slide. Essentially, municipal finance law, conflict of interest law, and then, working with private organizations on fundraising are the issues we're going to talk about, and we're going to do it quickly. Next slide, please. Under municipal finance law, the general rule is that all funds received by the town have to be deposited in the general fund. They basically have to go into the general fund and then be appropriated for, whatever purpose town meeting decides is appropriate. There is an exception to that. It's called the gift statute, chapter 44, section 53A. And any funds that are donated to the town for a particular purpose are held in a separate account called a gift account, and they can be expended by the select board they can be authorized to be expended by the select board for everything other than donations that relate to the school department, and the school committee makes that decision on the school side. So if we could go to the next slide. So who would create this gift fund? And essentially that is the select board. It also can occur whenever someone donates money to the town for a particular purpose. When someone donates for a particular purpose, it goes into that separate gift account. And one of the reasons that I'm asking whether the select board would be interested in creating a gift fund that specifically addresses the purposes for which those funds would be expended related to our island home is that way all the monies that are donated to the town for our island home can go into that fund rather than be put into, let's just say you get 50 donations, all for slightly different purposes. The finance staff would have to track each of those different expenditures and the purposes for which, the expenditure is being requested. So putting the money or creating a fund at this point, broadly defining the purposes for which it can be expended, will allow the donations to be expended in a more efficient way. And it would be easier, both in my opinion, for people who are making donations, they know exactly what they're authorizing the funds to be expended for, and also for the town's financial staff to track those funds. And as I indicated here, the select board can do this now, or it can do it later, but the benefit of doing it, at some point soon is that way when people start giving money for the project, we already have the fund and the purposes for which the fund will be expended, identified, thereby streamlining the process. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I know this is very small text, and I apologize to all the PowerPoint specialists out there who are shaking their heads at this. So as I indicated, the select board retains the authority to approve acceptance and expenditure of gifts. So while anybody can make a donation to the town, it is always going to be up to the select board as to whether to accept the gift. Whenever money is given to the town, it can only be spent for that specific purpose. So, if you get money for, and I'm just making this up, a gazebo, you can't later decide as a select board, we really need a fence. We're going to use it for a fence. So one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you about this is because by defining the purpose for the gifts broadly, the select board will be able to ensure that money that's donated can actually be spent for the purpose. And what we've seen happen in other towns with project-based gift funds is that it'll say for the construction, of, the senior center. And then it doesn't say that if there's still money at the end of the project, that it can be used for operation and maintenance of the senior center building. And that is a problem because under state law, we can't spend it for something else. So here is some potential language. It's I haven't vetted it with Libby or the finance staff, but something like using the money for the cost of construction and maintenance, the care facility as described in the article, including but not limited to payment of debt service or other debt reduction purposes, meaning it could be expended directly without borrowing the money to draw down the amount that the town would need to borrow, and or for future site improvements, building furnishings, HVAC, building systems, and maintenance and repair as necessary. So by defining the gift fund in that manner, the money could be used primarily, and I'm sure that's the general plan, to reduce the cost of the building, either by reducing the cost of the debt service or reducing the actual borrowing by the amounts donated. If you're lucky enough to have the problem that there's money left over after the building is built, then the money could be used for building maintenance and other related issues at that building. Okay, next slide, please. The other thing that we wanted to talk to you about today was essentially the difference between the town doing its own fundraising and a private entity doing a fundraising. And the biggest issue here is the application of the conflict of interest law. All town boards and committees and officials and employees, and for town boards and committees, whether or not they're paid, they're considered to be municipal employees for purposes of the law. The law prohibits the appearance of action that would look like the town might act differently to a particular person's application, request, etc., based on whether they'd be willing to donate. And therefore, the law restricts the town from soliciting individuals who have or will imminently have important business before the town. And so for other people who do not have or who will have important business before the town, if town employees or a committee does make solicitations, then a disclosure has to be filed about who in particular was solicited. So it's generally easier for towns to do kind of a broad outreach rather than to approach particular individuals. We can go to the next slide. So the difference is that a nonprofit is not subject to the conflict of interest law. They are subject to oversight and regulation by the Secretary of the Commonwealth and the Attorney General's Division of Public Charities. If we were going to partner with a nonprofit, and whether that was the Friends of our island home and or with another entity, we would, and it would be my recommendation that we memorialize that relationship between the parties, establishing the terms and conditions of the donations, and making sure that those donations are being provided for needed purposes, relating back to our conversation about the gift fund. We know that naming rights are an important aspect of fundraising for nonprofits. And so another decision point for the board, in addition to the decision about, how to define the fund and whether to partner with a private entity, would be adoption of a naming and recognition policy, which would no doubt allow the nonprofit to drive donor interest. And just a reminder that even if the town did this, it would still, even if the select board decided to move forward in this way, the select board would still retain sole control over acceptance of donations. So if a donation was to come in with conditions that the board did not feel were appropriate, the board could still say, no, thank you for the donation, and choose not to accept it and be subject to those conditions. Next slide, please. Okay, that's it. So those are really the three, and I think we're done with that unless anyone has any questions about it. But I think those are really the three things the board is going to need to decide. One, does it want to create a gift fund now, so that we can kind of start off knowing where donations for our island home should go. Number two, does the board, if the board wants to do that, does the board want to enter into an MOU or some other arrangement with a private nonprofit? If it does, then we would recommend that address specifically how and when the donations would be provided, and what the conditions would be on the gift. And then the last issue is, and these aren't necessarily in the 1, 2, 3 order, but the last issue is, would it be appropriate for the board to adopt a naming and recognition policy at this point? I know that town staff has worked on a policy for that purpose. And so certainly, we can provide you with the draft language for the gift fund. We can provide you with the draft language for the policy. And if the board is interested in partnering with a nonprofit, we would work together with the town on coming up with an agreement that protects the town's rights and, makes it clear how and when the town would be receiving those donations. Madam Chair, that's my presentation.
Hi, Lauren, it's Brooke.
Hi, Brooke.
If we set up a gift fund, are we required to accept donations that someone writes a check to the town? Or can we say the only way funds can arrive in that account is through this relationship with the nonprofit? I am not interested in the town getting in the business of tracking and managing individual gifts, and having to issue acknowledgements for tax purposes. We don't have the administrative bandwidth to do that. So I think the only way to do this is through a partnership with a willing nonprofit that has an established relationship, say with the Community Foundation for gift acceptance and acknowledgement. So I guess my question is, if we set it up that way and said the only way money's going to come into this gift account to segregate it for the purposes named, as you've suggested, is through that relationship, and the gifts have to come through that nonprofit.
Madam Chair, through you, ultimately, it is up to the select board as to whether to accept gifts. So the answer to your question is the select board could make that decision. I will say that in kind of doing the research for this, one of the things that we discovered is that many towns have donation links on their websites where the money, there's various software that the town could get for this purpose. The money comes in, it's automatically a receipt is sent, and the money would go into that one gift fund. And that really is the reason why we're talking about, meaning having the one fund is the reason we're talking about creating a gift fund. I'm not familiar with whether the town typically receives gifts for various purposes, but I do think that would be something to talk through with the financial staff to see, is that something that they've had to deal with in the past? And overall, whether the board chooses to say, this is the only way we're going to accept money for this project, that is a board decision, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks, Lauren.
I think we should establish the gift fund, and we do, probably maybe not in the scale that we would hope for, accept gifts pretty regularly for like the senior center and the island home and natural resources. So there's obviously things that are already set up for that, but.
Remain gives us money all the time for different things, so. But I think that Friends of the Island Home should raise the money and put it in a fund and then make one lump transfer to the town.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. We don't need $5 and $10 gifts coming in, and we have to acknowledge them, and that should be there. If they want to do this, they were the ones that said they wanted to do this, so.
Yeah.
We've already funded it, so.
So it seems like we should do some kind of an MOU with them, as you suggested, Lauren.
Yeah, Madam Chair, when we're talking about this, I think the question is, do we enter into an MOU directly with the Community Foundation, or do we enter into an MOU with the Friends, and they enter into an agreement with the Community Foundation? And I don't know whether the town manager, had a preference about how that might work just from a logistical perspective, or whether town staff did, but I do think that's something that we need to kind of follow up on and determine what's the most appropriate mechanism for making that happen.
I think the Friends has a meeting coming up with the Community Foundation, and I think I'm an optional attendee on that. So I will try to get to that. I don't know if you're on that Madam Chair, or no, I forget who else is on it. Anyway, I'll forward it around. In our internal discussions about this, I think our preference would be that we have an MOU with, or an MOA, whatever, with the Friends, and that the big fund be not held by the town.
Brock? Lauren, if they're really successful and they raise, millions of dollars, do we, I guess my brain's really tired. So do we need the gift fund to accept money coming in? And I don't want to manage any restrictions on gifts. I think they have to come in and it's at our discretion how they're used. So I think that having a third-party entity filtering requests to put restrictions, or any, a check comes in with a restriction written in the note, someone else needs to deal with that. But
Yeah.
is the gift fund still the mechanism we need, even if the money's coming from our Friends of Our Island Home or Community Foundation or another entity?
If the Friends, Madam Chair, through you, if the Friends were to make a donation, that was a compilation of other collected funds, or the Nantucket Community Foundation was to do that, the gift itself would need to describe the purposes for which it could be expended. And so, in my opinion, it's worthwhile for the board to consider, well, what do we need this money for, and how do we want to spend it? And then to basically say to the Friends or to the Community Foundation, this is how we would like to use this money. And that's one of the reasons why that draft language was there to take a look at. Again, so that we don't wind up in a situation where we can't use the money for the purposes that we think we need to. And I do think the way that town staff was, talking about this, is that the goal would be either to not borrow as much, or to use the money for debt service before it would be used for anything else. But I agree that having the money come in subject to restrictions is, other than this needs to be used for the Our Island Home project, would really be a management issue that the town may not want to take on. And that you can imagine 10 donors want to give money for a very particular reason. And then the select board has to decide each time, are we willing to accept these conditions? Are we willing to accept these conditions? And that does seem like a heavy lift. And I think that's also the reason why we're talking about the board adopting this naming and recognition policy, because essentially that would be what the board is comfortable with. If you give an amount of X dollars, you also get to name a room, or you get to, name a wing, or whatever it might be. And that way the board's expectations and willingness to condition a gift is clear from the start.
I'm thinking about this from who's going to, what's the way to make the most amount of money come in? Is it just the Friends? Is it between the Friends and Community Foundation and the town? And I'm interested in what she talked about with, some towns are doing a online button. If it's all coming in and it has no restrictions and it's all going into a pile of money, maybe it's a small pile, maybe it's a big one, who cares? It's money. And so I kind of, if that button could be everywhere, as opposed to hoping that one group is going to take it on, like, how do you, so I think there's some more work that we'd have to understand. I'm in favor of of setting up a gift fund and putting terms on it like she's talked about. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then I think I would like to understand, sort of how have other towns done it? What, how are those buttons and things online worked, where it sends the stuff out automatically? You don't want someone sitting at a desk having to do it like we do it now. You know, and here was a question. If an individual makes a donation to the town, is it tax deductible?
Madam Chair, through you. So the answer to that question is, it depends. And what depends what a person's income is like. It depends what deductions they can take. It depends, what their personal financial situation is. Typically, I think we would say yes, but it's yes with an asterisk. And it would be like that regardless if we have a button or we get a check, or, someone else is giving us the money. It is typically the case that donations, especially if they don't come with value, we're not selling a sweatshirt essentially, where they would likely have to deduct the value of the sweatshirt from their donation. So typically, when we're advising towns on whether donations are tax deductible, we say typically yes, but you need to check with your own financial advisor. And I did look, as I said, at other municipalities and what they did with their donation buttons online. And they did send out automatic notices saying, this is how much you've donated. It's your receipt. And, you essentially can submit this to your tax professional or whoever it might be with your taxes. But ultimately, the town doesn't get to make that decision about whether it's tax deductible. The federal government does, or the state government does. Very long-winded, and I apologize. Acknowledged.
Can I just ask a quick question? So you already accept gifts for our Island Home to the gift account. So I'm assuming it would need to be a separate account from that, even though we already have one that's called the Our Island Home gift account.
Madam Chair, through you, yes, I would say that it would be a separate account, because the gifts that come in for our Island Home right now aren't necessarily building construction related. They have other purposes and other ends. So this one could be called the Our Island Home Project Gift Account, something like that. You can name it whatever you want, but yes, I would differentiate it and make sure that people are. This is also using the gift account also makes it easier for people when they want to make a donation. What are you looking to do? I'm looking to donate to the construction project. Okay, this is the gift account you would want to donate to. And also, this isn't an either or. I should make that clear. You can do all the things. You can do wide ranging, non-targeted advertising as the town. You could have the button on your website. You can have a QR code, whatever it is. And you also could enter into an MOU with a private entity. So none of these are mutually exclusive options.
I mean, I think I would want the friends to manage any naming opportunities, because that's gonna have to be more specific. Like if we had a button where people could donate
Can I?
$5. Yep.
I think, first of all, I don't think we need to make this decision right this second. That's number one. Number two is, I think we're going down a very slippery slope here, because the next thing you know, we're going to be saying we need to raise money for who knows what. So I think the Friends and the Community Foundation need to get themselves together, and then they can come back to us, and then we can name a fund, and we can make it broad enough so that it will cover construction, and if there's money left, furnishings or food, whatever. And they can raise the money, they can do everything. They're the ones that started this whole thing, it wasn't us. I don't want to see us every time we do a project, starting a fund to raise money besides the taxes. That's what town meeting's for. So I mean, it's getting late and we still have stormwater to do here, and I don't think we need to make a decision on this tonight. So I would just say those two entities should get together. Sounds like they've already got a meeting scheduled, and then they can come back to us.
Can I also just make a point? We have a lot of nonprofits on the island, and I don't really like the idea that we're trying to affiliate to be supporting one over another. I mean, I feel like we're supporting our island home, we're supporting them with our taxes. Like, do we have to do more to raise money for them? Is that really on us? Because I don't see it that way. And maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't think we should be raising money. I think we should have a vehicle to accept money raised by the community.
I agree with
And
that.
if an MOU with an organization that has said they're willing to raise money for Friends of Our Island Home is required legally for us to make that possible, I think that's the direction we go. I am very, very hesitant to add
I agree.
administrative burden on our finance department or anywhere else in town administration at this point in time. And I'm delighted that Friends of Our Island Home has stepped up, but we're not a fundraising organization. And for all the reasons stated here about soliciting people and whether they're going to have business before the town, I don't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I think we accept donations from the group that has said that they're willing to fundraise and mechanically do whatever we need to do that.
Madam Chair, if I may, and I just want to point out that it's not legally required for us to enter into an MOU. The value of an MOU or an MOA, whether it's with the Friends or any other entity that wants to donate money to the town, is that it gives us clarity on what we can expect in terms of the way the money is donated to us. For example, do we have to apply to get the money? Is the money going to just be provided on a quarterly basis? When will we be provided with an accounting of the types of donations that have been made, and when will we be provided with that accounting? These really are tools that benefit the town, in my opinion. So I think that's why we would enter into an MOU. It would be to provide the town with a better understanding of the terms and conditions that under which you would accept gifts.
Mary?
Mary Longacre, just a reminder, it's not them. Our Island Home is the town of Nantucket. That the Friends are trying to help the town. It's not a case where the town would be trying to help a nonprofit. It's us. Thank you.
Okay, well, do we want to gather some more information on this? Okay. When's that? Well, you'll let me know when that meeting is. You don't have to tell me now.
Okay, more to come on that then. The next item is a quick overview of the stormwater regulations public outreach timeline. We've been talking about this internally for some time now. And we have Matt Jones from Hazen and Sawyer and Chuck Larson, our special projects person.
Great.
Sorry. My brain also is very tired. Strategic projects manager. In any event, they have a brief, I think this is a very brief presentation.
It
to
is.
give you all an overview in the public of what our plans are on this.
Yes, thank you, Libby. Yeah, we will keep this brief, just a quick update on the status of the regulation development, and also looking for your feedback and approval on the outreach plan that's associated with that. If you could go to the next slide, please. Just a brief refresher, like many communities, Nantucket has a host of stormwater challenges, and those are listed there. I won't talk through all of those, but a major objective of this effort is to better manage stormwater across the island and thereby improving public health and safety. Next slide, please. And these are just some examples. I'm sure many of you all on the select board and those listening in are familiar with stormwater challenges, be it flooding, water quality, and those are due to a host of issues. One of the key things is providing adequate inspection and maintenance, which we'd be looking to do under this program. Next slide. So as you may recall, back in April, the select board passed a stormwater bylaw that really established the overall framework with the objective of providing a structure and better stormwater management across the island. What we're providing an update on today is that that bylaw established the enabling framework, And we have since been working on development of draft regulations that would spell out the specific requirements for stormwater management in additional detail in that regard. Next slide, please. So overall, again, we established that bylaw back in the spring. We've prepared a draft of regulations, and we're at the beginning stages of, public outreach and review of those draft regulations. From there, we would go into approving those regulations and then implementation. So we're, along this process, but wanted to provide this input and get your input as a select board as we begin the public outreach phase. Next slide, please. So those regulations, these are kind of the four main elements of it. Part of it is defining illegal discharges into the stormwater drainage system. And establishing enforcement mechanisms really to prevent those illicit discharges to the stormwater system. Getting into stormwater permitting, so understanding for new development and redevelopment, what are the water quantity and quality control requirements for those development activities and what the permitting process would be for that those development activities. Having enforcement mechanisms to cover whether it's illicit discharges to the stormwater system or violations of the stormwater permitting process, that there's enforcement mechanisms. And then establishing a stormwater utility and enabling it to implement a fee, adjust the fee, and then use associated stormwater enterprise fund primarily for operations and maintenance of stormwater infrastructure. Next slide. So one of the things that we have identified and understand is a major objective here is consolidating stormwater requirements. And as you can see here, there are a number of existing regulations that do touch on various elements of stormwater. And so part of this effort is going to be reviewing elements of those various chapters that may need to be updated or changed with the respective boards and commissions so that it is clear, both for the general public, but also developers and others that would be affected by these stormwater regulations, that there's a central location where they can identify these and we don't have conflicting or redundant information across different town regulations. Next slide, please. I did want to note briefly that we are concurrently working with the town on a stormwater master plan. Next slide. So this is just, again, the town is juggling a number of stormwater challenges and really being proactive and better understanding what are those challenges and what could be done to address those. Next slide, please. So we're underway with that, and then the overall objective is to have an informed, data-driven approach, broadly shifting from more of a reactive to a proactive mindset to prioritize stormwater needs and to conceptualize the improvements that would be needed to address those needs. Next slide, please. This is the overall schedule. So again, back in the spring, established the stormwater bylaw, continuing to progress the regulations. That again, concurrently is concurrent with the stormwater master plan, and you can see some of the various tasks outlined there, reviewing existing conditions, developing organizational and staffing plan needs for the stormwater utility, and then taking a closer look at that capital project planning. I think, as you all know, we helped to provide a preliminary capital plan for stormwater at a high level, and this will be getting into more detail to better define those needs and project those needs moving forward. Next slide. So the main piece that we want to get input from you all this evening is on the outreach associated with those stormwater regulations. Next slide. So presenting that outreach plan in your packet, there's a matrix outlining the various groups that we plan to engage with outreach efforts and the general schedule for those. That starts middle of this month with some virtual information sessions with some key stakeholder groups. and then sharing a draft of the regulations, some summary, and then a comment form to provide to gather input on those draft regulations. And then we proceed with additional stakeholder meetings and revisions to the draft regulations later this month. Next slide. And then continuing to coordinate on updating those regulations, holding additional focus sessions as needed. Generally looking to present a summary of those comments and revised regulations in mid-October and potentially a public hearing in early November. And as noted in the matrix that's included, this could be subject to revision based upon the nature of the feedback that we may receive, but that's the general plan for that outreach and associated schedule at this point. Yes, and here is that matrix that outlines the various groups that we are intending to engage with and the general timing for when we would be conducting that outreach. Any questions regarding, I guess, the overall regulations or particularly the planned outreach on those draft regulations?
Jill?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I wanted to know, when is the state actually going to mandate that we have a stormwater utility and have it set up and receiving monies and requiring us to make it as part of our permits as well, our building permits?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So there is not currently a state mandate. There are state requirements for stormwater management. Under the NPDES program, communities can be designated as regulated stormwater discharger. It's called, typically referred to as the MS4 requirements. Nantucket is not designated as an MS4 community currently. Now, part of the reasoning for undertaking these regulations is to be proactive, so that the town can better define, its stormwater management requirements and not have those dictated by the state.
But I just want to understand, when is this? So the state has some guidelines or some mandates now, but they're not mandating that we have the utility set up.
That is
But
correct.
they have some stormwater management rules.
That's
Yeah?
correct.
Yeah. But when do we think that they're going to mandate that we have a utility set up?
There's not a simple answer to that question. I don't know that there is a point that the state would mandate that you have a utility from a funding standpoint. The primary driver for the utility is that it's a more equitable means of funding stormwater improvements, because the rate that folks are paying is tied to their stormwater impact. And so there is enabling legislation at the state to have a stormwater utility. There are a number of current utilities throughout the state. But I don't know that there's a point in time that the state would mandate that Nantucket have a utility.
The state's not mandating that we even pay for it, that we set a rate, that we have user fees for it, right? That's something we're taking on ourselves.
That is correct.
Would
Yeah,
it be-
again, there are requirements, stormwater requirements that Nantucket, or specifically development on Nantucket, needs to comply with. And then the town has, obligations for maintenance of the public infrastructure. And that's part of the driver behind these regulations and the associated utility, is to have the mechanisms and the funding in place to effectively do that.
Thank you.
Who are the stakeholder groups that you're going to meet with?
Good question. So we have several of those listed in the bottom of that matrix. And generally we've grouped those to include environmental groups, land bank, land council, conservation foundation, and And then also those, the other group that we've kind of lumped together is those in the development community. So Builders Association, Real Estate Association, engineers engaged in development activities, that sort of thing. But, we will be broadly reaching out with information on the town website so that folks that are interested will have an opportunity to review and provide input on this.
If I might suggest you pull from the list of authorized water and sewer installers, because they're the same people who are doing stormwater infrastructure. They might have some really good input.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay.
Other questions?
Matt?
I'm thinking about it similar to the Cape, where the Cape wasn't taking care of its having sewer systems, et cetera. And eventually the state came down on the Cape and said, you have to take care of this now. And they're now playing catch up and spending millions and millions of dollars to play catch up. I'm looking at this. We've got, we have some of the stormwater in place, not necessarily well maintained. And so I think we're looking, saying, okay, how do we maintain this better and not end up having something worse put on us? It's sort of, is that the right way to be thinking about this?
It is. I appreciate that comment. And I will say, so I guess in my role with Hazen, work with communities throughout the country on stormwater management, and it is far easier to address stormwater challenges on the front end than going back and doing, complicated retrofits. So yes, that is a major driver here, is to try to be proactive, both with development activities, that there's infrastructure in place to manage that stormwater, and then also more broadly, a structure in place to maintain and improve the infrastructure that the town has.
And one of the interesting ideas that I've heard is moving the water from downtown through maybe one of the old sewer pipes, and moving it to another part of the island. And so they're looking at other aspects, I know that would be helpful to everybody. If it's taking it out of Washington Street, taking it out of the downtown and moving it somewhere it can be handled, and can do that cost effectively with something that's already there. Those are the types of things we want to be thinking about. So anyway.
Yeah, so the stormwater master plan is focused on the downtown area, and that is among the concepts that we're still in the early stages, but that's among the concepts that we're considering.
It's a way of allocating the maintenance and infrastructure cost based on how much you're putting into the system, right? So it's not a betterment, but sort of like when we think about the users paying, it's a way to, because it's going to be a big cost going forward. So how do you allocate that cost fairly?
If I may, it's going to be just very similar to what we're doing with the sewer program. When we started the work with the inspections and condition assessment of the sewer system 8 or 9 years ago with Hazen, we moved through the program. You just heard earlier tonight on the rate study. It's going to be the similar approach. It's a very similar mechanism that we want to spin up for the stormwater side of things.
Yeah, thank you, John. And I should have noted there was an earlier question about the stakeholder groups, and one of the groups of stakeholders that we plan to engage with is those that would be, potentially have higher fee payments because of large impervious surfaces that, they're engaged as part of this process and understanding that.
And this is just certainly the starting point of what we anticipate for outreach. And a lot of it's going to be driven by what we get from feedback. And so while we have a list here that shows maybe something wrapping up optimistically toward the end of October, it could go longer. And it's all going to be, participation, from the public, getting their input, having additional iterations, and just working the process. But, this is our plan kind of out of the gate where we'd like to start. And, again, we'll be probably making several updates, over the next, several months as we go through this process.
I don't know if we need a formal approval, but yeah, that was generally our intent, was to present this outreach plan, and I guess with your approval, we'd like to proceed with
Right.
that outreach with these various stakeholder groups.
I have a lot of questions about this, but I assume that I'm gonna get to see this at the Board of Health, so I'm gonna wait till it gets there. But, just in a quick note, I was on this board when we put in the stormwater system down in Brand Point. It was designed by our engineers and we paid for it, and then we had to pay for it again because they didn't design it right. And now we got this giant pump sitting on top of the park at Children's Beach because the engineers didn't design it right. So you can have all the plans in the world you want, but if it isn't designed right the first time, it doesn't matter what's going to happen here. So, I agree that we need to do something about stormwater and making sure that it's filtered properly going into the harbors, especially, and where we're going to get the water to go. But I don't, I don't know that there's a lot of private development left in the areas where the worst runoff is. So I think most of this is going to fall on our shoulders again to fix.
Yeah, thanks for that comment.
Anybody else? Does anyone want to make a motion to endorse the outreach plan?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to endorse and authorize the outreach plan.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, for
Thank
your
you.
time, and
Thank you
we
so
will
much.
certainly be
Late
in touch
night.
as we provide further updates and get additional input. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Been up this
No.
late and-
Does anybody have any committee reports? I hope not. We have to make a motion to adjourn to executive session, not to return to open session for the reasons stated in the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It has to be a roll call vote.
By roll call, Brooke Moore,
Aye.
Jill V. Matt Fee,
Aye.
Bob DeCosta.
I won't be at executive session.
No,
Does it matter?
Right
we're
now.
going into executive right now.
We are?
Yes.
Oh, aye.
Don Hill, aye.
So
So everyone needs
And-
to
why,
clear the
Sorry,
room.
who made the motion? You?
why does it say
Brooke
9 a.m.
and
tomorrow?
Jill said, we have another one tomorrow. This is just to approve the executive session
Oh.
minutes.
I was confused by the.
Really?
Is that? I'll go.
All right, so you just hold on a second.